Oh, there we go. Now, oh my God, were we muted the entire
time?
Oh,
we
were
muted.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, okay. Hopefully you can hear us now. I'm so sorry. Technical difficulties. We're getting it together. Yeah. So welcome to the San Francisco Bay Area Materia Cup, first Materia Cup of the season, which is super exciting, and it's the first Materia Cup in the Bay Area, which is another exciting thing.
Yeah, so we'll have 2 days of commentary this time. So just a breakdown, we have 78 attendance, meaning we'll have 7 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 16 that will be played out on Sunday. And we also have side events available for people that did not make top cut. Just some quick...
Oh, yeah, you're good. We should introduce ourselves because our introduction got muted.
Yes. So
Team Schmeehart, we're back at it. Yes. If you caught the Winter Cup... It's us again. So you get 2 days of us.
Yeah, we're back for more. So basically, what is different than the Winter Cup, obviously, is that there are some more stakes on the line. If you did well at the Winter Cup, you just got some cool product from Square, but this time we have not only Nats invites, but a Worlds invite for first place. So winning a trip to, or getting an invite to Japan is definitely a sought-after thing, as we have players coming far and wide for this event. Some common names you've definitely seen from multiple top cut results and Nats. Lots of people from the East Coast. We got Sam Prime, Hunter Nance, Coghill, many others. And a cool thing with some of the attendance, because we do have Kyle Peters and the national champ Torrey Kelly in attendance, we potentially could have 2 pass downs for national invites, considering that they both have already earned a national invites from their impressive performances in the last competitive season.
Yes. So what do you think we're going to see some? I have a feeling that like 60% of the room is going to be on the Clive Ifrit package, because we did not get any competitive seasons with Opus 24, and Opus 25 just came out. So it's exciting to see where the meta is going to be at.
Yeah, lots of Clive. Super easy package to splash in any fire deck, any ice deck as well. So
I'll be back.
Yeah, you're good. I'll just do the solo commentary. So some breakdowns for the decks. This is obviously our first competitive event with Opus 25 Tears of the Planet. So as we've gotten the privilege to look through some of these lists, definitely a lot of new cards being added. So some of the new archetypes we're seeing is the Archfiends, using the new Opus 25 Archfiends, using the Limit Break Golbez as a facilitating mechanic to get your bodies out and control the board. Usually paired with some Category 4 shenanigans and just good stuff in the Warrior of Light color elements. Another package we're seeing is the what I would just kind of call 2-drop Tribal, using the new legendary Yuna. Obviously, the new Yuna, really powerful card, especially with having multiple, being able to activate it multiple times in one turn if you need to. So just using the cheapest bodies possible. There's a lot of effects that grab 2-drops, summon 2-drops. And then last but not least, not an archetype we'll see a bunch of, but it is still represented. It would be some 7 strategies and also Type 0 cadets, using the new Rem Legend to facilitate pulling out cadets from deck, which is pretty strong. So I just did a run through basically of all the new archetypes that I think we'll see in Opus 25. Yeah. What do you think will perform well at this weekend? And what would you have played?
I feel like we're going to see quite a bit of like the new 2-drop Yuna. I don't know if you already said that. Yes. So I feel like with all these 2-drop shenanigans happening, I feel like Ixion might make a comeback for a little bit. I feel like still the strongest mono decks are probably going to be mono earth and mono water. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some of that coming through. I think with Torrey Kelly here and just monsters being strong, I feel like they're just kind of hard to deal with. That I wouldn't be surprised seeing stuff like that at the top tables.
Yes, we have a decent amount of monster strategies. Witch of the Fens, awesome card to facilitate that. And yeah, as I mentioned previously, kind of like a 2-drop Tribal we're going to see. I definitely think I'm always biased, but a really good card for checking the meta is Chaos Arc. We've seen a lot of different options for people trying it. I'm pretty biased to Earth Water. I've seen some Earth Lightning. As Kat mentioned, with the popularity of all the 2-drop Tribal, I think we could see Ixion make a return in the meta. I always like Lightning. with it. An interesting thing I was also hearing, I don't think we'll see it in the event, but I've been hearing talks of a mono ice Chaos Arc being able to use stuff like the new Gimme Cat and other discard mechanics to really lock your opponent out of the board state, and then you use Chaos Arc as your win condition. What else would we have coming back? And then obviously we have like the standard boogeymen in the meta. We've got obviously Mono Earth, Refia, still the deck to beat. While I didn't get too many things of addition, just some stuff in the limit break, it is still probably one of the best decks in the format, if not the best deck in the format. So we're going to see how a lot of players choose to either play it or navigate it. Let's see. So yeah, for our first round of Swiss, we've got Zeph on, I believe, Cat 4 Archfiends. And then Bo is on the kind of a 2-drop tribal strategy with the new Yuna, Miwas, Vanille's, Sarah Mobius's, Orin's for protection, Galoof and Chime for getting the value. So we will see how they, which one comes out on top. Both players using kind of deck revolving around a new card in Opus 25 with Zeph revolving around the entire new Archfiend package, and Bo using Yuna to really get ahead on the value engine.
Should we move over to the game?
I think,
Let me see if they're ready to go.
Yeah, I don't know if the timer started, but players have sat down, probably just doing a little bit of shuffling.
Alright, I guess we can switch over then, because I think the games are going to start any minute.
Okay.
Switch over?
Yeah.
All right, we shall be. We have switched over, doing some opening dice roll between Bo and Zeph. Zeph, part of the Bucka Boomers that, if you tuned into our last stream here, won the Winter Cup. So we'll get to see some representation of Texas. Not sure where Bo's from, but if anyone knows who Bo is or could give some local support, feel free to drop it in the chat.
Yeah, shout out the players.
Also, yeah, shout out anyone your guys are rooting for, who you think is going to win the whole event, who you think is going to make top cut, or just shout out someone locally. Right now, we're just doing some opening mulligans. I assume the round's going to start fairly quickly because I can hear our wonderful judge, Jared, in the background. And also a quick shout out to obviously everyone who's working this event that you won't see on stream. The players are very lucky that I had to beg Kevin to be on our stream team, or else he would be.
Yeah, we got a world's champ.
Yeah.
Off screen helping us.
So yeah, it's like we got some lovely players helping us out, some Nats and Worlds players. So obviously, we would love to play, but obviously helping the community is even more fun, and getting that all set up. So basically, right now, I think they're just announcing all the snazzy prizing, as you guys can see on the stream. Top 4 will be getting that beautiful playmat. And also the trophy, which I believe if you guys saw in the Facebook post, but same art, looks amazing. The Final Fantasy has always been pretty great with their trophy design. And so, yeah, right now we're just waiting on opening hands. So looking at both players' lists, looking at Zeph's, it's using a lot of the just standard good stuff cards from these packages, from these colors, you know, Archfiends using the Warrior of Light colors. Some just pretty standard stuff. We'll see how efficiently they can get those cards out. But we'll see how the opening hand goes. I think my question for Archfiends is, it can get the Golbez out immediately, but then the question is, what's the follow? Yeah.
And then, okay, I think we're back. We just got blue screen of death, but hopefully.
Yeah, this is delayed like
It works.
Okay, we're back. Okay.
Okay.
So we got a bit of delay. Sorry about that, guys. The technical difficulties have been really messing with us, like really like 2 minutes before we started the stream. But it looks like we've got it back. We've got the game set up. They have not started, so you guys haven't missed any juicy gameplay. So Yeah, right now we're just transitioning. Kat is letting our stream table know kind of what's happening. I think they're still getting stuff established. So, not sure when I cut off, but basically running down the decks.
Okay, I can see what's happening. Okay.
Using just good stuff from the Warrior of Light elements.
Looks like we missed Zeph playing a backup.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it looks like he went...
is up, and it looks like he pitched Cognoza and Lena Expers.
Yeah, he played Claris to search something, not sure. So we immediately go...
for Yuna.
Yeah, pitching Vanille for a fuller Yuna. Oh, wow. Get the cool bling. So basically, Yuna, you can dole 2 active forwards to choose one of 3. Dole 2 characters, freeze a character. Oh, yeah, we got to work our cards again. So here comes Galoof being able to play a 2-drop from the top 5. Looks like we have Sarah Mobius, Vanille, and Orin. Vanille's going to be the play. So now,
it's still big.
Bo has set up a board where he can dole 2 active forwards to either freeze the backup that Zeph plays, dole some forwards, or cancel some summons or auto abilities if Zeph tries to make some development. So here, we could see that Bo could choose to activate it to force a card from hand to make this King Tycoon a 5-drop. It looks like he's going to start with Vanille, and then if Zeph chooses to pay, he can then respond with a Yuna activation, doling his 2 other active forwards. So, as we can see here, this setup is already super nasty with getting the board development. So Zeph either has to be comfortable with playing a 3-drop backup or a really expensive... so here it looks like we're going to see if Zeph commits to basically a 7 CP King Tycoon. Looks like Zeph is going to be eyeing his break zones, see what his plays are.
I think that was his LB.
Or his LBs, yeah, sorry, not his break zone.
What does he have in his LB that he can work with here?
He has...
The Emperor, if he searches, which is always a good early play. I think the Emperor is a new fun Opus 25 card.
The Opus 25 Emperor, while a great card, in this board state, not
helpful.
good at all.
Not helpful at all.
Really great for those slow starts opponents where they're playing a gentleman's game with you, just getting value. But Bo's already presenting 3 bodies, and depending how Bo takes this follow-up turn, we could see a lot of damage pressure. So we'll see. Yeah, so Zeph does make the play. So this is a 7 CP King Tycoon.
Dang.
So really, really expensive search for Zeph. Obviously, you feel like you need to grab the value, getting the 2-drop Lena, just to start getting set up on your colors. I feel like here we might see him slam the Lena and just take some damage, assumedly. The problem, so Zeph's Golbez is an action ability, so Bo cannot respond to that. However, all of the Archfiends are auto abilities, so presumably has a lot of interaction just on his board state right now. So it looks like Zeph's just eyeing the limit break, seeing the plays. Bo, I believe. Bo's got some options. I saw an Earth card. I saw the Charlotte, I believe. Lots of variety. There's obviously a lot of ways to play these 2-drops, and a lot of feasibility with the value. Dumping 4 to go into the limit break deck. Amazing!
For some brave 3 points of damage is
one of my favorite cards in the limit break deck, because I love getting the value of being able to swing with Une and getting its tap ability, and we're getting that same value here. Getting able to establish the board.
3 points of damage, 2 arcs.
Yeah, push damage, 2 being arcs, so tough way to break this board. Even if the arcs were in his hands, he can make these plays a lot harder with Vanille and Yuna. So here he's showing lethal. We're going to see how Zeph chooses to break this board.
Definitely a lot of taxes going on here with Bo.
So it's very much a 3-color strategy. There's some other splashes, but it is mainly Earth, Water, and Lightning. As we can see, the Vanille, great multi-element card that they can play pretty easily through some effects. Chime can just grab some 2-drops as well. There's some other like cute splashes and some low drop plays, but a lot of great 2-drops that kind of just force some annoying interaction. Some ones we didn't see are the Miwa that also cancels certain effects. The Orin, which is a lightning rod.
Is that the Golbez limit break?
Yes, he drops the Golbez limit break down, so...
Is it enough, though?
Yeah, so he can get a Archfiend out. The problem is, I think he doesn't have that many cards in hand where he would activate the Golbez, and then the problem is he loses access to the autos, probably. And here at the end of Zeph's main 2, he's just going to tap 2 active forwards to dole down Golbez. Really just lose the blocker and also freeze the King Tycoon and just untap all these at the start of his turn. So this is a very brutal start with the new Yuna.
Lots of control with Bo going on.
Yeah, so Bo really showing how impressive the 2-drop Yuna deck strategy is.
He does have lethal on board unless Zeph can X-Burst out of this.
Yes, with FF game mechanics, it goes back to Zeph's main phase 2. So it looks like he's going to be activating Golbez's effect. He paid 2, so it looks like we're going to be getting Cognazo out.
Yep.
Or paid 1 and pitched a card, so getting a 2-drop Archfiend. So it looks like he's going to he flashes in Miwa to activate. Oh, man.
Probably it attacks.
Yeah, and now it's going to tax him. So now So now if he wants to get rid of this, he's going to have to get rid of his entire hand. And presumably, well, because he has the 4 forwards, he can tax Zeph a second time if he chooses to pay it. Oh, he does not. So, okay, so now he's choosing to dole the forward. It looked like Zeph didn't pay the tax. So, keeping the cards in his hand.
Yeah, Zeph only has 1 card in hand, it looks like, or 2?
2. But he would be able to get the effect result, but he'd have to get rid of his entire hand. Also, Bo can just dole some stuff on his board, so he still has lethal. Here he's just gonna use his last 2
to dole
forwards to free. Yeah, so backup's completely frozen. 5 attackers and plenty, like at least 3 or 4 cards in hand. Yeah. Really showing the impressiveness of this new archetype here.
Bo is sitting pretty right now, for sure.
You could, some people might call it Yuna.deck because that's really the card that facilitates this whole strategy. 2-drop Tribal is also a nice name for it. I don't know. Let us know.
Death and Taxes is another good deck name for it.
It is a pretty decent tax deck with the Yuna Vanille play. So here we're just going in a combo.
Is that X-Burst?
Yes.
It's our first X-Burst of the day.
We did not mention it, but as you can see in the top left corner, we have a cute little EX-Burst counter. We're going to count that for the entire weekend. Thornton to search Shantoto. I believe that's just game on board.
I don't know if Shantoto's enough.
I don't
think he has a summon that can really get him out of this. Leviathan would only bounce and kill Yuna, but I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, he has enough forwards on boards. Maybe he has something in hand. But, he can also use Golbez's effect to flash something in as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that, though.
I feel like you have... Oh, yeah, it's just going to...
Oh, another X-Burst, but is that damage 7?
Yeah, it's damage 7, so... Yeah, basically just getting swung in. The board, the body getting played... Seems like it was irrelevant to the board state. Just a quick 7-0.
Yeah.
Really commanding presence. So basically, the unfortunate truth of a lot of these like bodies that spawn in, kind of hard to deal with strategies like Sid Randall. And the really cool part about this Yuna deck, kind of using these Sid Randall-esque effects, but to an even better extent because... With Sid Randall, maybe you see a card with a really powerful ETB in your hand and you go, I'm just not going to play it because I'm not going to get this value. Whereas in this scenario, you do play the ETB and then they make you pay more for it. As you can see, paying a 7-drop King Tycoon really set Zeph back, at least for just developing a board state. And just those taxes, freezing the backups, just really presenting such a huge aggro threat while locking up a lot of Zeph's options.
Yeah, Yuna's kind of like... also like a Cecil, the 5-drop Wind Cecil with the taxing, but it's just kind of like you get to choose when to tax, which is even more brutal.
Yeah, you choose what to tax. Just looking at the list, it's pretty. What you guys didn't see, don't want to spoil too much, but like a lot of other annoying 2-drops and just some multicolored 2-drops for helping facilitate some of these element plays. Because obviously, as you can see, there's like 3 elements with the earth, lightning, and water. So just some cards you didn't see would just be like Sarah Mobius just for some fixing and probably some card value, and also Chime checks top 4 for a 2-drop and adds it to hand. So just some more facilitating as well, and some other cool cards. We will get back to you guys after our quick break, and we'll be back to you with round 2 for some more matches.
Yeah, so hang tight for that.
Hopefully no more technical difficulties.
Yeah, hopefully no more technical difficulties.
See you guys later.
Yeah.
you got it. Oh, perfect.
Okay, we are back.
We're back. We got Bradley and Nathan.
Yeah.
1 second. Let us introduce the decks and everything.
So we got Bradley going against Nathan. So quick matchups. It is going to be Mono Water Leo versus Cat's
classic
favorite.
Knights. Let's go with Knights players.
Okay, so we're gonna have Kevin start up the stream, or tell our lovely players on stream to start up. So as you can see on the board right here, Bradley started us off turn 1 Shinryu. Shinryu.
Come on.
We're not doing this again.
One piece.
Shinryu.
He pitched Lena, it looks like Thancred, and Asa Hagen for him.
Okay. And then...
pitching everything for Shinryu. I'm not sure what he searched off of it because we were having a few technical difficulties. Looks like, Galoof is out. But he's not playing vanilla this time.
Oh, this is not.
Wait, is this not the right Nathan? We do not have the right Nathan. We actually have no idea what Nathan's playing then.
So as we can see, it looks like just from the hand, it's clearly Viking.
Is it Vikings?
It's Vikings.
Okay, let me find the Viking one.
So as we can see, kind of similar to what was on last stream, just a little different. Obviously using Vikings as their 2-drops, as in comparison to like a wide array of just good stuff deck. So it looks like we're going Galoof into a Viking, into Leo, into Yuna. So for forwards turn 1. However, I believe I saw the second Shinryu in Bradley's hand. So if we just see the special here, definitely a big setback. But let's see what Bradley chooses to do. As we are looking through that. Oh, also, Kevin, make it round 2 on the stream.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, here it looks like, if I'm correct, it looks like he's holding 3 cards. So it's got to be something expensive what he's paying. Yep, here we go. Shinryu special cannot respond to that. Probably can in response to Dole, and then I believe if you played the priority right, you could Dole and freeze it. But I'm not sure if he did. Nathan top decks the play Viking, so checks top 5 to play Viking. Gonna get the 3-drop, so drawing a card there. And then assumedly passing over. Yeah, so now this is where the board state gets really interesting. 3 point of damage, chooses the chump block. And here Bradley is going to drop down Sarah to now finally start getting his game plan going. So Bradley's game plan with Mono Water Leo is getting cards with the cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 out. When he does, it allows Leo to reveal the top 5 cards of his deck and cast anything for free. So really powerful cards like 4-drop Wool gets its cast trigger, 9-drop Leviathan. So here we got, looks like Luna Freya on Nathan's turn. Just choosing what to pay for cost. Looks like Noctis and Titus.
I don't have Nathan's list.
So
we're just going to have to guess.
You should.
Yeah, you can look through it.
Yeah. So yeah, right now we're resolving a Luna Freya getting Kusith.
Probably going to grab that Yuna back. Yep, Yuna's going to hand. And she's out and about to do her Yuna thing all over again.
Mm-hmm. So another forwards. Let's see how Bradley responds to the second wide board. Does not have a second Shinryu in hand or another Shinryu to activate.
No, but it's looking like backups and a Warrior of Light he cannot play yet.
Yeah, so looks like we're just getting some backup development. Can take some damage for a turn. It's just the Gordon to just start the draw filtering.
I don't think he paid the extra.
No, he did. He pitched he pitched the Warrior of Light and he tapped for the Sarah.
Oh, okay, for sure.
So he has.
So he drew a Cloud
and a Sahagin Chief. So not the best draws for him.
Those are some spicy LB sleeves.
Obviously looking for grabbing the. Probably another Shiryu or something that can get it back. Right now you have 2, 4, and 5. So probably want to find a realm.
Yep,
so yeah, here he just doles the board.
Shinryu.
So realistically here he's gonna. I would assume Nathan would also freeze the backups. Mm-hmm. Shiryu being active doesn't really mean too much for him, because if he has the S ability, he can just resolve it regardless. So if I was in Nathan's shoes, I would just hit one of the backups. Yep. That's what he does.
There we go.
Okay, let's continue looking for this list. So again, kind of showing really MVP of the set so far is Yuna.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah, we assumed it was gonna be some Knights gameplay, but it was instead some more Yuna Knights.
Yuna Vikings. It just makes sense with Vikings because Viking can just spit out those bodies. Ooh, a Lena out for when the X-Burst hit.
Yeah.
Not that many.
And a Viking coming in for damage.
I was like, I don't think Azul has too
no
many
X-Burst. Ooh,
a
Waka.
There isn't the X-Burst, and he does choose to resolve it.
So I'd say that's 2, so we're at 3. Because I think Lena is considered an X-Burst in our X-Burst counter.
I think it's whenever they activate it, you just draw one, though. It's not the X-Burst, is it?
It's Lena's an X-Burst. It's an X-Burst to your X-Burst.
Is it?
Wait, what?
I don't think so.
No.
Lena?
That's
the
not.
backup?
No, you
okay,
draw it after. Yeah,
it's
it's it 2. Lena
That's
doesn't
2.
count as a...
I don't think he had another
damage
one.
4?
But he's at damage 4 right now.
Wait, he has nobody.
We could put it to 3 if we want to count Luna Freya triggers.
But that was a 7. Oh, yeah. Do we count the Freya or no?
Did we count?
No, because it was a
no,
Q
because I
set.
feel like it's still a stack. You can.
You guys call.
Let's just do damage X-Burst. Otherwise, it's gonna get way too confusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's gonna be a lot of Luna Freya
Yeah.
today. So make that call now.
Yeah. Water's so strong. Like, have you not
Lots
seen
of,
Luna Freya
lots of
today?
pressure on the damage. We're going to see how Bradley chooses response. Got a grip here. I don't know how he can...
Wipe the board.
Yeah, wipe this board again.
You really just need to get rid of Yuna.
Yeah, but Yuna is so easy to come back, especially with how easy Vikings can recur stuff. It's gonna be rough.
Most decks don't run 3 Yunas, right?
Yeah, every deck that plays Yuna will play the 3, it looks like.
Yeah.
It's just such a strong
they're
card.
going
It's kind of like Lightning of Days Old, where it's such a good card. You can play 3. Man, dude, I'm looking through like...
Can you see what's in his hand?
I cannot quite.
I cannot, and I also don't think he has...
He has a cloud, it looks like.
Yeah,
I
definitely a
can't see
cloud
what
and some water cards, but not
But I don't
anything
think cloud is gonna do much in this situation.
Which
impactful.
The new cloud. No, the new 5-drop fire cloud.
That makes sense. It's a good hit.
Yeah. It's a way to get the number to Leo numbers.
Yes.
But I don't know if he's going to be able to have time to set up for Leo numbers because he is looking at lethal right now.
Yeah, looking at lethal, any body play will just get
He did a little
tapped
poke
down.
for a Miwa. Good thing he didn't draw that. We saw how that went last round with the Miwa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just getting some damage in.
Just tapping the Lena, pitching the cloud. It looks like LB. Playing the Zac to ping one of the Vikings. And just have a body out to kind of protect him from the damage going on. So I'm not crazy.
Yeah. That's weird. We gotta find it eventually.
Yeah, we can say something.
Yeah. That's a big issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got just a Zac dropping down to pop one of the bodies here. So can't kill. Well, potentially could kill this turn if he gets 2 bodies out. He could rest the 2 forwards. It looks like he's just
Maybe.
using his attackers.
Oh,
and
he
then
drew a
swinging
Miwa.
in.
There we go. He's probably going to
Okay.
activate
Yeah,
the
so
swing
he could
in.
just drop the Miwa and go for game.
Swinging with the Yuna. Oh, coming in. Ooh, double Miwa in the hand.
Yeah.
Activating to go again. Yuck. Coming in. I think that's going to be game.
Looks
Dig.
like
So
it.
looks like Yuna takes round 2 once
Yes.
again.
Using-
Yuna is definitely a threat this meta.
Yes.
Yeah, MVP.
Yeah, so Yuna showing its strength for sure. Obviously showing that it can be played into multiple different packages.
She's
This one using Vikings instead of like straight 2-drops, a more like mono water package.
Yeah.
We saw like a little bit of Earth with Ursula and Akusith, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
And with
less
her,
of a splash with lightning than.
and with her being light color, you can just tech her pretty much in any deck that spits out bodies. You can just put her in.
Exactly.
I wasn't
So
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah, I know. Ixion, I feel like it's gonna make a comeback at least at the next Materia Cup.
Ixion is in some of these deck lists, so we'll see if they can dodge those matchups.
And we just haven't seen any lightning played against Yuna just yet, but we're only on round 2. We got 5 more to go, so we'll see if Yuna takes the day.
Yeah, so we'll see you guys back for round 3.
Yep. We gotta
I
unmute the
know.
mic.
I was like, we are back, gamers, for round 3 of the Materia Cup. Sorry for the delays. So right now we got Ray Chow
on Warrior of Light, Refia.
Versus Personal Bias, Cash on a Water Earth ChArk list. So
ChArk's making a comeback.
yes, ChArk I think is always pretty well suited, especially in every meta, where in the beginning a lot of people try new archetypes, which are usually multi-element. So looking at lists, pretty standard stuff on both parties.
Oh, we got the new Kraken with Ray.
Yeah, actually, both players will be trying out the Kraken, and everything else seems pretty standard. Maybe some tech cards here and there, but the ratios look pretty normal. So yeah, so for the new Kraken, it allows their summons to be cheaper, and also disrupt their opponent by removing a crucial backup, usually for what element they produce, to get them off a certain color.
Definitely be an interesting matchup. We saw this matchup a lot last season, so we'll see if there's any new sauce.
Yeah.
It doesn't look. I think Kraken's the only Opus 25 card I'm seeing in both of these lists.
Yeah, it's pretty pretty standard stuff besides the Kraken.
But
so
we needed a break from our Queen Yuna.
yes. So you got some slower decks. Basically, my consensus with playing ChArk is that in this matchup, you really don't want to damage them at all. As everyone knows, playing Refia, the damage threshold is something you always got to be wary of. Damage 3 is the first one, obviously, because that's when they can start getting effects like extra Ferris and Arc triggers. But I would even argue that like 2 is a really scary range, because like every Refia player plays Bosch, so they can get themselves up to 3 if they really need to. So I would just say for Cash to get their board established, wait for what Ray commits, and then just get themselves going.
Use it on their own time.
Yeah, so we'll see. Looks like they'll be starting shortly. I believe they're just deciding post Mulligan right now. So yeah. So with ChArk, with Water Earth, we're gonna see a lot of standard value Rydia searchers. A new package that people have been playing since, it started, I think, in Japan, was the Astrologician, followed by a little extra EX burst count, just so you get some better damage setups against those early aggro decks. Being able to stack a Leviathan EX burst is always pretty strong. So, and then with the limit breaks, both of them are playing it pretty safe. A card I've been testing out personally, that we have not seen yet, and we won't see in this game, is the new Shuyin limit break. Can search for dark forwards. Obviously, it's off color in Earth Water, but Tiro and Shantoto obviously exist, so I don't think it is the worst option. So looks like Cash is starting us out with Astrologician, like I mentioned, pitching 2 summons here. So
going in, looking at his top decks, and making a little astrology sandwich. 1 card to the top, 1 to the bottom.
So
I didn't see what he grabbed off of it.
He's made his choices. Couldn't really see any of them.
Looks like he's a Tyro in hand, but I can't really make out any of the other cards.
Yeah, I believe it's already.
He passed it on to Ray, it looks like.
Yeah, see those 2 drops a day in his hand. We'll see how Ray starts to establish his board. Probably just some backups. Looks like we're pitching the Zidane and an no, that's an Arc.
Yeah, it looks like Arc. I don't know if he's coming down with the Zidane or what.
A Zidane turn 1 against ChArk could be powerful.
Oh, no, he's pitching the Zidane for King Tycoon.
You can have the argument that you just start ripping stuff out of your opponent's hand. Obviously, the experts, though, are stacking on top, so probably not worth it. Pretty safe play to just get the Lena. We'll see if he chooses to drop the backup immediately, but it looks like he signaled the pass.
Yeah, I think both decks kind of, need the setup to really get themselves going.
So yeah, it looks like he's gonna pay. Okay, pitches Lena for Lena, and so we're just gonna start getting some aggressive backups. Both players definitely want to do a gentleman's game here, just kind of set their 5 backups up as fast as possible. I would assume that Cash would be trying to play a 5-drop, either a Tyro or a Rydia, to then get another backup, and there we go. Rydia pitching Remora and
Earth card and
a
the Tyro.
Yeah, so here he will search a Summoner and a job summon that don't share elements, or a job summoner and a summon.
Yeah.
So here we usually get, Yuna or Aiko, and then either here, I usually always like grabbing Mist Dragon. Here we're going to get Heka to aggressively remove Ray's backups. You know, breaking King Tycoon isn't bad. There's not that many win backups he plays in the deck. So being aggressive with it is not a bad play at all. I don't think we'll see him cast it immediately. I could see him playing the Yuna immediately, however.
Yeah, Yuna be beneficial, just setting up for those cheap summons later on in the game.
And there we go, pitching Une for Yuna. Pretty solid play. Here he can just now tap all his backups for Heka if he needs to. Passing with 3 in hand. Looking at an Amma in Ray's hand plus some mystery stuff. I believe it was a Cryle top deck.
In there? Yeah, Cryle on the top.
Yeah.
Can't make out what the second card is.
So, here's an interesting play because you kind of know what Cash is at least attempting to do. Pretty deliberate summon with the Hecaton Cure Search. So, pitching 2 cards out of hand, grabbing back Ferris. Looks like he may have a 2-drop backup to play or an additional follow-up.
But he's getting those colors out, which is good for Cash because that makes ChArk even more online.
So ChArk is already a 5-drop right now, assuming he doesn't cast Hecaton Cure. Depends on if Cash wants to go out for full 5 backups. ChArk can usually start playing their plays at 3 and not feel too bad, but obviously the extra CP every turn is a lot better.
Looks like he's going into his limit break.
Yeah. So it could be just now checking the break zone. Could be a Luna Freya here, maybe. Warrior of
That's
Light?
what I'm thinking, Luna Freya. Oh, Leo. Just trying to draw that card, I guess.
Yeah, just trying to filter. Let's see what he pitches for this. Pitches a Brynhilder. Okay.
Pretty solid.
Yep, showing off the fancy new prize one, but it's just using the old foil. So just draws a card and passes. So here, because Cash pitched the Une, I don't know if he has a second one, but an Une would be a great play here to bounce back the... You can make like a really aggressive play by bouncing back Leo and Lena, and then Hecaton curing King Tycoon or Cryle. Probably Cryle, just because King Tycoon is like...
looks like he does have an Une.
Each other one. So here we go. Okay, well, he's tapping.
Is he playing Hecaton?
It looks like he's tapping 4 for something, or he's tapped 2 backups and he's showing Heka. Let's see what he's
do they have
thinking.
1 or 2 arcs in hand? It looks like they had at least 1.
Yeah. So he's thinking here. Wondering why he's tapping like... Oh, no, I'm sorry. He is echidnaing getting back a Hecaton Cure.
Oh, gotcha.
So now I believe he has now 2 in his hand. And it's just passing. Yeah, I can really take it slow here. I mean, Cash playing the version with Astrologist and Remoras. At least my build had, I think, like 25 or 26 EX bursts, so at least 20 plus EX bursts are in his deck. So he feels really comfortable taking a damage. Or can even choose to commit a block with the Echidna if he wants to filter out something. Like Kat has mentioned, he has an Arc in hand, so...
Both decks really just benefit from taking damage, honestly. Because, Refia loves being at damage 3, and with the X-Burst Heavy Arc, they're both kind of just pointing a gun at each other, seeing who moves first.
And here we go. Let's see. So we're tempting either the block, So Cash chooses to pitch Arc to activate to make, and it looks like he's going to get the block off. I do know Ray has an Amma in hand, so we could see the Amma here.
It looks like he's determining a response.
Yeah. So, paying for something, tapping Cryle, looks like, pitching Brynhilder for, I would assume the Amma here. So Ammaing the Echidna trigger. So no damage will resolve, but removing the Echidna, and it looks like we are going to tap 1, pitch the Hecaton Cure to do the Mist Dragon to counter the Amma. So as of right now, if there's no response, Mist Dragon cancels the Amaterasu, Echidna still blocks, and then draws the card. And then kills Leo here.
Yep.
Ray would have to commit at least 2 more cards in hand if he has any sort of response here. Fighting a counter war over a Leo doesn't seem too crazy. Removing an Echidna is not bad, but let's see.
So looks like she gets to live.
Yeah, so the resolution happens. Leo deals 3k damage, but dies to Echidna. Let's see if Ray has any follow-up here. I like the idea of getting the Arc out of hand. You don't need it this early.
Yeah.
Let your opponent commit. Just get some more backups.
And Echidna
playable CP is a lot better in this situation.
Yeah, Echidna can just get really sticky later on when Une is online.
Yes, and always a contention of like if you're playing a 3-3 Chaos Arc ratio or a 2-2. I personally like 2-2. Others usually play 3-3. I just don't like that many bricks in my hand. So here it looks like Ray's going to follow up with a Lunafreya main 2. Unfortunately, can't see what he chose for his limit break cost. We'll obviously assume that he's choosing Shantoto and something else. Pretty easy assumption.
Maybe a Warrior of Light.
Yeah. So here we got some choices here.
It looks like Tyro, Kuchulain are X-Burst, and a Claris.
Yeah, so...
Yep.
So 3 X-Burst and then a 4-drop Warrior of Light and a Shantoto.
I don't think Shantoto's the move right here.
Definitely not. Shantoto, making Chaos free. Also, Cash has, like, no real board.
Yeah, because he's got a monster.
If he needs the CP, maybe. But even then, if you need the CP, you could argue just pick Tyro and search search the wool. So here, I would assume it's going to be just one of the experts.
Yep, Tyro. Solid choice.
So picks Tyro, puts him on bottom, and then resolves the search. So let's see. I would assume a classic pick could be the Refia, the centerpiece of the deck. Could be maybe some CP plays.
Maybe one more Warrior of Light to get Refia ready to go.
Yeah, another backup play, like a Sarah FFL or something like that.
But Refia is what he goes for.
Yeah, chooses to get the Refia set up. So...
I believe those are his 2 cards in hand, or does... Oh, no, he has a hand.
Yeah,
he has 3, I believe.
I think he had 2 in hand before the counter war.
Yep, passing with 3.
Yeah. So here Cash will begin his turn. Still has the Une, still has 1 Hecaton Kier. I didn't know the first draw, but I know the second draw is obviously a multi-element Garnet. Could obviously do a slow warp play here. I don't think that's like the best play. I think like at this point, I think trying to develop a backup here would be super solid. A warp pay being slow isn't terrible.
Looks like he is.
So developing nice. Developing
a
a Thornton.
See what he's gonna grab off Thornton. Maybe getting ready for slamming down that chaos.
Yeah, here's could be interesting. I always think like a Une. Okay.
Very solid, especially with the kid on the field.
So yeah, still great choices. So now here, we'll see if Cash is comfortable with removing 2 summons. He's been aggressively pitching. He pitched 2 summons turn 1 for his Astrologician. So they can maybe make an aggressive play here. Passing's not the worst. However, I feel like you might want to Une plus Hecaton Kier their board. Considering depending on how Ray develops his turn here, you can make it where you can Hecaton Kier so that you don't have any forwards while also limiting them to not having 4 Warriors of Light for Refia's trigger.
Yeah, I think Cash is just in a really comfortable spot right now with his card advantage, backup advantage.
Yeah, can also totally... He's in the same position as last turn where he can either take the damage, get a burst, and get some value, or he can just choose to maybe filter another summon to get the block off. Because you have Une in hand, I don't think that like keeping the Lunafreya around is like the worst thing ever. Also, denying another Lunafreya is not like terrible. Mm-hmm. However, if you're already forcing 2 Lunafreyas so early in the game, that could also have a benefit for you.
He only has 1 Lunafreya, so that's not happening.
Okay, so... so, yeah. So, Lunafreya's already spent. You could probably remove it with an Une. Ray is now high in his limit breaks, high in his hand. Looks like he's got, the full grip, so 5 in hand. Let's see how he chooses to commit to this board. Obviously, with the last turn, your opponent committing to a summon, you can run the risk save that he's out of summons, but with, Chaos Arc is up to like 20 summons, and it looks like he is not activating it, and it is just Viridian for the damage, so safe damage for Ray here. We're going to main 2, and we are paying 5 for a Tyro.
Very nice.
Just going to search up.
Probably the Warrior of Light to get ready to slam that down.
Yeah, Warrior of Light seems very solid here. I believe, he bottom decked it because he didn't take it off Luna Freya. So, obviously searching through all his options. It looks like that's what he's picking out, sliding it to the front of his deck. Obviously just going to look through for other options. Lunith is another choice, just to get that backup, knowing that your opponent can and might disrupt your backup line with Unas and Hecaton Keers. I think so Ferris. Grabbing Ferris. I was like, while Warrior of Light is really strong, putting your opponent to... It, 1, makes his Chaos cheaper, and 2, it really allows him to disrupt with backup disruption. So it looks like he's just going to pitch the Ferris for the Lunith.
That's
getting to 5 backups.
Ferrises in the break zone.
Yeah, and passing. So taking it pretty slow here. Still has a Refia. Knows that, if here Cash could get really aggressive with like a Arc play. It would be pretty expensive, but it does get rid of Refia in his entire board. Obviously paying 9 for Arc when you don't have 5 backups is a lot. It's pretty rough. So I think here probably the safe play is just like Une bounce.
Yeah.
Luna Freya, Lena, or something like that.
And he could play Une with the backup, so pretty easy.
Yeah, so here we're going to use Une's alternate cost to make it a 4-drop. Removing Remora, and let's see what the second pick is. Remora and Cuchulainn. You definitely run 3 Cuchulainn like in almost every deck that can play it. And Remora, not the best summon to really get back on your list of summons.
It's just kind of a happy little X-Burst.
Yeah, it's your second X-Burst choice for sure, in compared to Leviathan.
It's like he pitched his dead Thornton.
Yeah, pitched the dead Thornton to, puts back Lunith and
the Luna Freya.
Luna Freya. So removing Luna Freya, assuming that, he would just force the Tyro to play the Lunith, I guess.
What's he pitching Leviathan for?
He's pitching Leviathan to activate
Echidna.
Echidna. Getting some damage in. This would push the first damage, the first damage to Ray.
Yeah.
Could have some burst potential. Putting Refia to 1 is pretty safe, as they would have to bosh themselves twice, which is like a decent amount of commitment in time.
Yeah.
So the first damage I think is always free. Filtering the Leviathan doesn't feel bad in this matchup. There's nothing you can really tuck.
I don't believe Ray is running Bosch looking at his list.
Okay, so could be some no self-damaging, just kind of Warrior of Lighting it
It is
out.
a misdrag, which is kind of unfortunate because at some point you kind of want to get rid of ChArk's break zone if you can.
Yeah, you want to really aggressively remove ChArk's break zone. Also, you need him for fighting counter wars. Counter wars with ChArk are like the most important sequence that you'll have. So here we're gonna pitch his own Misdragon to Hecaton Tyro. So bounces Lunith and also breaks his option of playing Lunith. And because Ray's already down 2 Ferris, the odds of him being able to play this Lunith are pretty low. So we know it's Luna, Refia, and some mystery cards eyeing the Limit Break deck right now.
I'm not sure what in his Limit Break could really save him at this point. He's already played a Leo and a Luna Freya, so I believe he has one more.
So he's got 5 gone. So it's definitely Titus gone, definitely Shantoto, obviously. So maybe a Noctis, a Warrior of Light.
Or a Zach.
Yeah, so.
We can't see what he flipped over, so I'm not sure what's still viable.
Blur there.
Oh, the autofocus is just feeling a little funny right now.
Okay, so we're pitching. Okay, so
Lunith
he does have the
back.
fire card, pitching the Amma for it, but definitely something you want to have in hand. But because you have hard odds for you. Okay, here we're just gonna play Refia to get some value out. So you can remove Une.
Hopefully it refocuses.
Yeah. So going to combat, Refia trigger will untap his backups, and he's just going to immediately bottom deck the Une so that Cash cannot use his Une's tap ability.
Yeah, once her tap ability is online, it gets rough.
And shout out Kevin for getting the autofocus back.
Nice.
Again,
looks like we're back.
unspoken hero.
Yeah, he's the real MVP.
Yeah.
It's good.
So yeah, we're just getting it back. They're just letting him know that everything's all fine and dandy. Okay, cool. So Une gets bottom decked from Refia's ability. And then I assume we're just going to go to main 2 and pass.
Is there another Une in the break zone?
Yeah, I
already?
believe Cash pitched one, or he... So, yeah. So right now, Cash with 4 in hand. Can't really see what's in the hand.
But he's got his 5 backups, so he's... Or 4, excuse me.
Yeah, he's got 4 right now, so... An Ico backup doesn't feel terrible. Let's see if he's playing... I really like the 5-drop Shantoto.
The Ico.
They definitely play the Ico. They always play Ico, but... so I'm a fan of the 5-drop Shantoto. Cash does not play it. It's similar to like a Man in Black play. So obviously Man in Black is a lot harder because you need to get the off color. But Shantoto just for the one-time ETB I think is solid. So here Cash could develop a backup if he has one. I do see the Kraken in hand. So Kraken could RFG the Lunith maybe.
We got the Chaos
Here we
chart
go, yeah.
coming
So
out.
Chaos for 3, holding priority arc. So we are just going to get rid of the hand. Yeah, so I think Ray only has 2 or 3 cards in hand. And from the motions, yeah, he's just getting rid of the board and hand. So Ray is just here to top deck. 2 cards in hand for Cash. Holding up a backup. So the dream for Cash right here is obviously some sort of response, potentially a Leviathan, an Aquatarasu, a Mist Dragon, maybe an Anima.
Can we see what's in Cash's hand? I cannot.
No. Right now, Ray's just examining the break zone.
Yeah, I think he's out 2 Ferrises and a Refia, so it's
Yeah.
a little rough. He's not even at damage 3 yet, so Ferris doesn't do much yet.
Yeah, so here kind of rough. You kind of, as crazy, it feels really bad just passing because you know that this allows Cash to give himself a turn to like find a way to get back summons.
There's not really a happy LB. I guess Noctis could potentially get back the Refia or the Ferris.
Yeah.
Is the Kuchelane damage or no?
No, the Kuchelane is alternate cost for
It got
is
removed
Une.
for Une.
The Ridia's damage. They're both on the bottom.
I'm sure. Yes,
Yeah, no, we're good, dude. Yeah,
We're good. We'll let you know.
Yeah, so right now, Ray is figuring out to pay for something, potentially something in the LB. So here we go. Tapping 2 for a Kusith, targeting either Refia or Ferris here. Probably Refia, just because
get Refia back.
you know that you need to find a way to remove this chaos pretty quickly. I'm assuming he's just going to drop it immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, so pitches the Une out of his hand. Just going to do the same thing as last turn. Go to combat, restand his backups, and then
Probably
bottom deck chaos
spin
immediately.
that chaos, yeah.
I believe I saw a Kusith in Cash's hand, but he's just choosing to pass, so pretty risky. I mean, no, actually, it's not too bad because if Cash chooses to arc the Refia, Ray has no cards in hand right now. He can just bottom deck the chaos in response, take that 1-for-1, and not feel too bad about that exchange. Obviously, both of them are at super low damage totals, so neither of them are like in too crazy with millouts.
It's matchup's definitely more of a dance than a aggro fight.
Yeah. ChArk sometimes. Okay, so we got Tiro coming down for Cash. ChArk sometimes is now playing the new Win Limit Breaks a Dane as like a millout card. I've tried it out. It's pretty good. Cash is on as well.
Is he grabbing Une off of Tyro, it looks like?
Yeah, so Tyro for Une seems pretty safe here. Obviously, you need something to recuperate your summons. The problem here, though, is like there's no good way to get Arc back. If Cash does have Kusith in hand, you can maybe do something like Kusith. It's a really convoluted. Because your opponent can still respond. So
he's pitching a summon to make a kidnap forward.
Yeah, so just gonna try to get some damage here.
Yep, probably baiting the Refia a bit.
We gotta go to I was like you gotta either. I mean, I don't think I think you could take the damage here. It's not too bad. Refia always likes going to damage. It looks like they will bait it. I still don't even think that's bad for Ray. Gets to remove a pretty hard to deal with card. Obviously, still giving Cash more opportunities to arc, but from Cash's lines of play, I think Ray can assess that there isn't a line to arc unless you believe that he is clutching it. So here it looks like he's now going to get an additional damage in, getting a 4-color wool. So 2-1.
Definitely hurt. He could have definitely played that easy.
So yeah, here's where it gets interesting. So if you're Ray and you think what responses Cash has, so you can either think he has like an arc or a Mist Dragon maybe, assuming he has any response. Let's see what Ray does here. Paying for Zidane.
Oh, let's see what's in that.
One of the better cards against the ChArk matchup, being able to
Une.
rip off stuff. Yeah, you definitely rip the Une here. I could argue that no, because I would argue no. You rip the Une, and if they Kraken, you just bottom deck it in response. And also, you're swinging again, so you can rip both of them potentially if Cash's draw is bad.
Because Une's in the break zone and RG.
So Kusith was the draw here. So yeah, looks like we're gonna go to combat. Get the restand. Might even just do the bottom deck now.
Is he swinging with Refia? No. Hopefully Zidane first. Let's go.
Yeah, Zidane first. Running the risk of an EX burst here. So showing obviously. So Kraken and Kusith. Gonna peek at the break zone. What can Cash grab back with said Kusith?
I think another Une, right? I think that Une is chilling in there.
Yeah, and I think so.
But Kraken does make it summons way cheaper because
it does.
Yuna's also on the field, so
he chooses to not. Okay, so nothing. Ray chooses nothing. So the assumption here is that. Okay, will he swing? Okay, he does swing it. Or is he gonna bottom deck? Okay, so he's
decking, yeah.
So we get the swing, hitting a Mist Dragon's great on the damage, and also bottom decking the chaos. Zidane just getting the information is great. So Ray is assessing that whatever Cash can get back on his Kusith, he can deal with or does not care about, and is a lot worse than Cash getting
so you got a better draw. I couldn't make out the first card he drew. It's very dark.
Yeah, I was like, I think I'm trying to.
Very dark card. I'm not sure what that one would be.
I was like, could be another chaos. I don't know.
Was it Remora? I don't know.
I think so. Yeah, I was like, yeah. Just, I think he's looking at. I think he has a Une to play, maybe, or we'll see.
Probably debating.
Yeah, he's
getting
got
it back.
He's got an. Okay, so he's got an Ico.
I can't tell what's next to Ico though. It could be. I don't know. There's like, I don't know what dark card that is. Pitching the Ico.
So it looks like we're gonna have a Luna Freya. Either a Luna Freya or a Noctis. Oh, Ico actually.
Ico. Okay.
So here he was just doing a count. So he's gonna get a free summon from his deck cast. So it looks like we're probably gonna get an Arc cast here. Seems like the safest play. So yeah, he's just showing that he has the count. And the nice part is it also counts RFG as well. So if Cash has, I believe, 7 in his break zone plus the 2 he removed. It looks like, so the judges confirmed that they hit the number, so Cash is just resolving this Ico. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the Ico. It's nice for the slower board states, but your limit break space is pretty tight, but free arc out of your deck is not bad at all, so obviously getting rid of the Refia and the hand here.
And then also helps you not run the risk of drawing the arc and then having that just bricking your hand.
And then it looks like he's going to... Oh, man, that is great. So, yeah, dropping the Chaos for 3, taking the Zidane. So, Ray in a really rough spot.
Very rough. So, Zidane on his side.
Yeah, Ray's going to have to figure out how to recommit to this board. And also, Chaos has the not often activated but always relevant second ability where it taps itself and can break something that you stole to break a forward your opponent controls. So it can also clear the board like that. However, I just think Zidane being able to rip some important cards seems pretty strong. Obviously, Ray will try to play every card he can to avoid this. Yeah. Especially in this ChArk matchup where he has Chaos now. You definitely don't want cards in your hand just for either Zidane effects or Arc on your bodies.
Yeah, Zidane with Chaos is just bullying a little bit.
So now we're at the point where it's pretty scary for Ray. He's going to get knocked up to 5, assuming no responses. So it looks like he's paying.
He's gonna
He
tap
pitched
2.
a Toto and he is paying 4, 5.
Is he
Could
gonna
be the
Toto?
Tyro.
Tyro. Okay.
Interesting.
His deck's looking a little thin here.
Yeah, so he's he's choosing the value, just grabbing the card for follow-up over.
I don't think he's gonna be able to hold on to it though.
Yeah, so it seems interesting.
With Zidane and Chaos on the field, it's
So
definitely a gamble.
Yeah, so Ray's assessment is that removing the board puts me losing in the long term because my opponent has zero cost chaoses. Also, I believe I got bottom deck. So here we're just gonna Kraken away Leviathan. Now get the cost reduction. So here we're gonna see if Cash chooses to rip the card out of Ray's hands.
And it looks like two of his Warrior of Lights are now out of the game because one is damage. You know, Lunith to damage.
I just realized he didn't have the CP for the Toto, that's why. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Tyro burst here.
Tyro burst, we got X burst!
Get that counter.
Alright, we're up to 3 X bursts.
Yeah,
guys.
so it looks like he's getting the wool again. I don't know. So Zidane is Zidane, I don't.
Yeah, and Ray's at 4 damage now. Not looking too hot for Ray right now.
Definitely not. It looks like Cash is passing without swinging with Chaos, so he can get that ability to, kill the Zidane to kill something that Ray plays. I definitely don't dislike that at all. And also putting Refia to damage 5 is always risky, especially when you have 4 forwards here. Mm-hmm. You're in a pretty comfortable position. You could argue that a second EX burst there really puts you in a bad spot. So here, we got to figure out what Ray... So Ray can play the wool here, get the free cast, and it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yep.
Let's see if Cash has any response.
Debating it.
Looking at what's in hand, obvious can always do the good old bluff of look in hand, absolute dog water, and call it, and then act like you're holding gold. But even then, I think Cash is in a pretty comfortable position. Being able to hold up that Tyro is always really solid.
And here. I don't think Warrior of Light's enough, especially with Zidane being able to get by him.
No, yeah, you could argue if you really wanted to remove it, you just activate Chaos immediately. But I think you just wait to see what Ray has. I think you save that Chaos ability for the Refia here.
Looks like he's trying to get that Arc out of the break zone.
Yeah, obviously getting Arc back can give you a lot of value if you're able to get it back.
He's not quite at damage 5 though, so I can't fully pop off.
We could see a potential Noctis if those were leftover cards that Ray had in his limit break deck. Obviously, we do not know what he's paid for his cost. We do know that a Lunafray and Leo have come out, so he has he has a limit break 2 left or under. So yeah.
Pitching.
Well, I think he pitched. So it looks like it's okay. Out. So spending the rest of his limit break deck, probably gonna grab back the Arc or the Refia. So yeah, he's gonna grab back the Arc here. Gonna pitch his entire hand for that. Looks like no response on Cash's end.
No Mist Dragon in Cash's hand.
So pitching a Mist Dragon and another card, didn't see it, but it doesn't matter because he tapped a King Tycoon. So they're going to get these. He's choosing what he's activating, and then he's choosing what he's bringing back.
Don't you need to be at damage 5 for the bringing back?
Looks like they're confirming that. Oh. So it looks like no. Yeah. So it looks like no, we're not. So yeah, not getting Ferris back. But here we can do, it looks like Ray's going to probably get an effect to try to kill probably the Kraken here. Tap, shoot 5, untap the 3 Warrior of Lights with Arc's effect. Oh no, that's damage 3.
It is damage 3, okay.
It looks like they're just choosing the resolution first.
I see. Yeah. That. Now's the time to Mist Dragon, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Or react. Okay.
Okay, so I see. So yeah, just getting some effects before they resolve. So yeah, he's still showing the Ferris that he's gonna get it out. Or yeah, it looks like he is. Yeah. Okay. Or are we? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So now we're getting the Ferris out. So instead of doing so it looks like Cash in response to the activation was removing the wool so that Ray could not untap the 4-drop wool to shoot something for 10k. We are now seeing Ferris resolve and can probably remove a body. I would assume you want to remove the Kraken to get back Lena.
Well, Ferris only has 2 pockets of ping. That's why I got rid of the Warrior Light, because that would be an additional 3k.
Yeah, but also he didn't get the activate trigger with Arc, he doesn't get a additional 5k shoot with Full. Yeah. So here I think he shoots everything. Because I believe he shot Kraken. So here he gets 2 ping. So you can clear one. You can clear one body here.
They're
it looks
8Ks
like
though.
Yes.
7k of damage though.
But one of them got shot for 5k, right?
Oh yeah, I think so.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So it looks like he chose the Chaos as the one he shot earlier because he did get 1 wool activation. He just didn't get 2. Mm-hmm. So yeah, 1k on the Ico. The rest, the leftover ping going to the
Kraken.
The Kraken. And also he gets the activation finally resolves. He can now play the Refia, and now he can get the Refia. He cannot get the draw, but he will get the bottom deck. Ooh, nice. Okay, Kuchulain in response into combat, so no bottom deck immediately. Yeah, so actually Cash gets to have his Kraken for a bit longer. So potentially we could try to see the Siren come out or some other way to protect this Kraken so that there's no Lena activation. Obviously trying to get Chaos back in the fold, but so maybe a Kusith draw would be pretty spicy here. Oh, and speaking of the devil, draws Kusith and I think 6-drop Leviathan.
Oof.
So yeah, Kusith to the top of the hand, damage gets reset. So no Arc to play with it, so your opponent probably is just gonna hand you Noctis. So not the greatest Chaos, but it's not a. I don't like playing just an empty Chaos into.
Yeah.
What Ray's just he can potentially get now on the next turn when he activates, just starts his turn. He'll get to Refia effect, draw a card, and then get 2 bottom decks. So so here I don't know if just Kusith grab Chaos is amazing unless you have an arc option. So let's see how Cash navigates this.
Tapping 3.
Pitching a Toto.
LB.
Oh, Titus. Okay. Titus LP here, pretty solid. So you can.
He's paying the extra cost.
Yeah, paying the extra cost. So here you probably top deck Lunith. Decent options. It looks like you probably so choosing Ferris to put on top, and then Ferris on bottom, Lunith on top. Draw 2. So let's see if his draws change anything.
I can't quite tell what's in Cash's hand right now.
The only thing I know is that he has a Kusith in hand because he moved it to the top. Mm-hmm. So right now he's eyeing the Garnet. So you could potentially do something like Kusith back, get back Garnet, Garnet get back Arc, play Chaos Arc, and then you have to wait for your opponent. Your opponent still has a turn of priority if you want to rip their hand though.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Garnet's the target here.
Yeah, so here he doesn't, but also Raze does not hit the threshold for Warriors of Light currently, so Cash isn't feeling like too bad. Also, obviously, he might want to poke in some damage. 5 damage is a little rough, but I don't think it's the worst thing ever.
Oh, no, limit breaks.
Yeah, he's out on limit breaks. He did 2 3-cost limit breaks.
Yeah, no. They both are. So now, both the limit breaks are spent. So it was Ico Titus and then Luna Freya Noctis Leo for Ray. So both the limit breaks have been completely spent. So it's just a top deck battle for Ray and Cash here. Cash, knowing this, can obviously feel pretty comfortable about what he clears. I feel like there's been a lot of Refias going through, but there's been a lot of Refia recursion.
I think we've only seen one Refia.
It's like the same one Refia. Yeah, it got back with Kusith, got back with.
Back and forth.
Yeah. So here he's swinging in with Ico to push to 5.
He's taking it to 5 with Lunith.
Let's see if he pushes with Kraken here. He could do that. Obviously tapped out on backups. Let's see how Cash is feeling on what's he going to navigate. I believe he Kusith back. Yeah, he Kusith back the Garnet, so he could just drop the Garnet and pass and just say you got to draw a Warrior of Light. Because, how many? I mean, you bottom decked a Ferris and 2 were gone earlier, right? So you assume that he's out of most stuff.
2 Ferrises are... one's bottom deck, the other's in break zone.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it looks like it's
Bouncing the Noctis and the Cryo.
So removing 2 Leviathans and pitching out a hand for the Noctis and Cryo to get bounced with the Une.
Yeah.
So yeah, super solid here. So
Ray down to 2 backers is a bit rough for Refia.
Yeah, and then also short 2 on Warriors of Light. This is where you definitely want to be as ChArk here. And presumably can probably wrap it up next turn, depending on how Ray can develop his board.
Cash is pretty comfortable. It just looks like his deck is also getting thin.
I don't know how Cash pitched, but if he kept that Garnet in hand, or if he, I don't know if he grabbed the Garnet or the Une, but if he has like a Garnet or a way to get back that Arc, he can just go ChArk, potentially. But you can also just start swinging out. Like, let's see here, three in hand for Ray. We know one's Cryo, so I mean you could go Cryo, grab back Ferris or something. Cryo, grab back a Ferris, maybe play the Ferris
I don't know if you
after
have the
you
CP
untap.
to do that though.
Well,
How many cards does he been in?
yeah, you have to overextend.
Yeah.
Or one of the cards has to be fire, right?
Yeah, exactly. He would need a fire card and a Ferris to make it happen. He does have the
Well, you can
Tyro
get back
for
the
Earth.
You can get back the Ferris, so you go Cryo and then you untap 2, but then you don't have the fire CP to play a Ferris. So, I'm just looking at what's in his break zone. But I don't think a summon helps him in this situation.
No. His resources are just pretty tight, and that's putting him in a really rough position.
Yeah, basically only having like 8 max CP.
And he scoops it up.
Yeah, scoops it up. Presumably nothing much he could do. We were just gonna assume that the hand.
Lethal was on board. I don't really think he had a way out of that.
Assuming like he doesn't have a fire card in hand. If he does, like, he can extend the game like by 1 turn. But even then, I think Cash's top decks just put him there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Was just set up. Une was gonna be online if he passed, and it would just be
he,
a cycle.
Yeah, he had no. I don't think he had a great way to. Yeah, presumably he just didn't have a way to put the 4th Warrior of Light down. Even if he did, he would just remove one of them and then just.
It's just not
dies.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you bottom deck the Une, he just swings 3 times. So. Yeah, not much Ray can do there. So while some people do think that the Refia beats ChArk, and it is able to, these are the matchups that ChArk is definitely built for. These multi-element matchups that are built to go long, are able to just take their time, as we can see here.
Yeah, last season, there was definitely a time when it was like Refia and ChArk battling.
Yeah, so super safe right now. Obviously, the assumption is that not that many people are on mono decks. You just dodge there. And even then, a lot of mono decks still splash like 1 or 2 cards. So we're going to have a quick lunch break, and then we'll be going into round 4 of our Swiss.
Yes.
And,
so we will see you there. Let us know if there's anybody you're shouting out to hopefully do really well at the Materia Cup.
Exactly.
And we will be catching you guys in just a little bit, so hang tight.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Welcome
Alrighty.
back, guys. We have an exciting match coming up. We got Zeph on Knights, and we got Torrey on his classic Firewater Monsters. Some notable things is it looks like Zeph is sneaking in that Clive Ifrit package. We had a feeling we would see if there was fire being run. And then it looks like Torrey Kelly has a little bit of a warrior package going on. But it's pretty. We don't see any cards from Opus 25 in either decks, but you know, it's still gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
Still gonna have some fun.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it for sure. Yeah, Clive in both decks, obviously. I think we said before. If you're playing Fire, probably got to have Clive Ifrit in there. It's just such a easy, accessible package to use. So, yeah, Torrey's general game plan will just be setting up a Realm as fast as possible. Obviously, Realm. One of the main facilitators of the monster deck, so it usually pulls out some form of tempo or card advantage, so Atmos can help restand Torrey's backups to start making some more aggressive plays. There's the standard Goblin package for searchers and giving haste, and just some other standard like monsters as well.
Then we got Zeph, you know, the classic Ramza Corilla line, and then getting that Laswell and Charlotte out for some control. So, you know, some good decks we've seen, you know, last tournament season. So let's see if it holds up the test of time with this Materia Cup, too.
So, yeah, it seems like both decks kind of want to be the aggressor, at least dictate the tempo of this game. So we'll see who's able to get the more aggressive start and respond to each opponent's board. So just shuffling up, doing post-mulligan.
I mean, the round hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we're just getting shuffling up, waiting for the round to start.
Yep.
In other people doing well in the event, or not specifics of doing well, but the different players, pilots on that tricolor Yuna list that we saw in round 1 have been doing well. I think there's like 2 or 3 people that are still undefeated with that going into this.
If you guys are interested in seeing more Yuna, let us know in the chat. We can potentially make that happen for round 5.
We got Powell and I think a couple others undefeated on Refia, you know. I mean, Powell, I think...
Classic Refia, she's still a problem.
Yeah, still great. He's not getting taken down the last round, but some people are still doing great. Obviously, Cash is undefeated with ChArk now. So we got a decent amount of options. So, yeah, just getting the slip, making sure everything's good.
Chat saying 80% chance of seeing an Ifrit, and Ifrit.
Yeah, right? Oh,
yeah.
That never feels good, man.
Basically.
It's gonna happen this game.
I was like, yeah, it's about to be a lot of Ifrits back and forth for sure. We're going to see how they deal with each other's board states. Obviously, Torrey's going to try to use Witch of the Fens to dictate some responses. Obviously, trying to remove Laswell before all the really problematic triggers resolve as well. And then, obviously, Jeff's going to try to resolve as many Laswell triggers as possible to freeze up Torrey's whole board and make him discard out some viable answers. So
up on the screen we got Torrey's favorite card, Realm, showing off, being a little featured card. Probably going to see her quite a bit, if not turn 1, probably turn 2.
So looking at Torrey's backup line, he's got essentially 8 copies of Realm, because not only does he play the 3 Realm, he's got more, actually, he's got more. He's got a couple searchers for... with Merlwyb and Larsa to get Realm out specifically. So a lot of ways to get Realm into his hand for the turn 2 play. So we'll see how Torrey chooses to navigate it. Obviously, like probably a standard play would be a 4-drop backup, grab Realm into Atmos plus Goblin, search a card off Goblin, play a backup as your second card for turn, Atmos trigger, and then he just starts getting value. And then Jeff, obviously, probably going to see maybe a turn 1 Gawain, a turn 1 Larsa as well, just trying to get out Corilla. And then hopefully he can get the Larsa and then play a Corilla into 2 drops just to really lock down the board.
Sounds like we're about to start in a moment.
Okay, I don't know if you heard that, but it got quieted down there. Yeah. Looking at the limit breaks, nothing too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty standard Knights backups.
And then for Torrey, seems pretty standard. Little Leela still in the limit break deck. I like that. Just as an
probably
option.
Probably just to deal with Sidrandel or whatever kind of bullshit's thrown your way.
Something to have a response for that. Obviously, you still have Witch of the Fens. But the nice part about cards like Blue Worm is that they get around Sidrandel while still becoming a forward. So here we go. We're starting with some post mulligans. See Jeff just flipping through the hands. Looks like they're both keeping.
Looks
Jeff
like
is
Jeff's
starting
first.
off.
I think he's planning to go first.
Yeah. Maybe.
Good to go.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we're just getting confirmation from the stream judge that they're good to go.
Oh,
Shout out Torrey showing his hand. Both of them showing their hands.
Nice.
Very helpful. So Jeff's seeing a lot of strong stuff. So we see the Lena, and I saw the Corilla, a Gawain, and a Ramza.
Yes.
Torrey, I saw an Amma and some backups and a monster.
Probably gonna hold
Yeah.
on to that Amma for that Ramza that's inevitably to come.
Oh, and I see a Garland too. So yeah, Jeff
Yeah.
having really all the great names for
Yeah.
that. So Torrey looking like we're gonna start with the Larsa, probably the standard start. So probably gonna search up a realm here and just pass, and we'll see how crazy Jeff's turn 2 is. Okay,
Oh,
getting
so
Clive here.
Okay, probably
Okay.
getting ready to deal
Yeah.
with the big explosive
Board.
turn coming
Yeah.
from Jeff.
Classic technical difficulty on the card size, but yeah.
Yeah, we're working.
Yeah, Clive being able to prime it to Ifrit to be able to remove, presumably whatever Jeff tries to set up. So, Torrey may already have a realm in hand, feels comfortable that he doesn't need to grab it, could have another searcher, or just feels that this isn't the route in the Knights matchup. So here we go. Jeff's starting with a Corilla turn 2, pretty expected. We'll see what he pitches for it, and hopefully we'll see if he can get some good flips. The Knight that
Lilith?
generates a crystal, yeah, Lilith.
Yeah.
And then
And a
Garland.
Garland.
Okay.
Right, let's
So
see
let's
if
see
he's
the flips.
gonna let this go through. He does.
It looks like Garland and Gawain and
Laswell
Laswell.
are solid.
Laswell with no other 2-drop doesn't feel the best, but
Yeah.
because you can just hit down the only thing on the board, it doesn't feel bad. However, you don't get the swing trigger, so the discard doesn't happen.
See, what else does he have in his hand?
Yeah.
It looks like he's still holding a Ramza.
Yeah, he's still in a Ramza. You could potentially choose Garland to grab back Gawain. Gawain to search 2 things. However, maybe
he doesn't
Jeff's
have the
feeling
CP
like...
to slam Gawain this turn, though, it looks like.
Well, he would just...
Go ahead and get the 2 cards.
Yeah, maybe the logic
Yeah.
with not with Gawain is that you already have the cards
he's
you
going
want
for
in
the
hand.
Laswell.
Yeah.
Laswell.
'Cause
Probably
my-
try and lock out Torrey
'cause I
to
think
make
he,
that realm expensive.
Yeah, he's still got the Ramza in hand. Still makes locks down his play. I mean, it makes it so he can't realm safely. So maybe if he was able to do something crazy like realm into Clive Ifrit on one turn, if he has a very expensive commitment, which doesn't even feel too bad. So Torrey
Clive
just
is
kind of
amazing.
looking through his hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know that a Clive is there. I'm not sure, and I know the Amma's there still, just from when he flashed his hand at the beginning. So Torrey with a Nationals invite from being the national champion of last year's competitive season. But even with the national invite, obviously he can still get a Worlds invite if he wins this event. So plenty of reason for him to come out and compete. Just looking at his Nyx, or however you spell that, to shoot for 9k, pitching a Loporrit and a Goblin.
Getting rid of that Laswell
yeah.
before he becomes a bigger problem.
Yeah, so kind of in the strategy for Knights, you always Laswell, even though being the smallest body, is the priority target to remove just because of so much value that you get. And also by leaving Corilla, Jeff obviously can't play a second one and get additional value. So here, with Jeff's options, I believe he still has a Ramza in hand.
I think I saw Delita earlier, and
Yeah, so he's
Don't
showing
know what
7-drop
else he
Rams in
has.
hand. Ramza would either get back probably Gawain or Garland, which isn't the best play for a Ramza, but also is not terrible if you want to commit to board. Obviously, as Knights, you want to be putting the pressure on. So for Phoenix, can become a forward at least once, because Torrey has exactly 4 cards in his break zone. Looks like we're just dropping a Leo. And shout out Jeff for using the one that he got in the event, so we got to show off the really
Beautiful
cool looking
full art.
prize Leo. So you get those for entering any Materia Cup, and also top 16ing a local qualifier. So he plays Leo, pitching a Lena for a Beatrix. Looks like Corilla's going to come down. I doubt that Torrey would want to trade here. Blue Worm is the damage.
I don't think there's a lot of experts in Torrey Kelly's deck, if I'm not
No, I see
mistaken.
I see like a one or two EX
Yeah.
burst, but really not two.
I think
Nothing too
Poo-Poo's
crazy.
one, but
Yeah, that's
not
not one I
much.
see. Does he play? He does not. Oh, the Joseph, I'm pretty sure, is in the experts. But I was like, he may have played the Verena or whatever the Goblin Searcher is, but he does not. So yeah, not too many experts, so. But it doesn't feel too discontenting of damage.
Atmos in hand, which is unfortunate.
Drew the Atmos, but so he plays
Witch of the Fence.
Witch of the Fence here.
Draw that card.
Does get the card because he has the monster. And yeah, so Torrey here choosing to play 2 Atmos. Obviously, if you draw the 1, then you can't play a second one. Nothing. And what the nice part about having the limit break is there's plenty of ways to just pitch out that card, so it's not like the worst draw ever. And yeah, it's obviously the choice of. Obviously, it's more optimal for Torrey if he plays 1 on the assumption that he never draws it. But obviously, you gotta prepare for the unoptimal happening. So putting 2 in there puts him in a decent spot.
It looks like Zeph has quite a few cards in hand, so he can have a pretty explosive turn this turn.
Yeah. So here.
Is Torrey still gripping that Ama? I don't think I've seen him pitch it.
Yeah,
okay.
he has not pitched the Ama. Because yeah, it was the 4 cards plus the Atmos. He's only pitched 5 cards right now, so he's.
Who's got the Clive?
Torrey does as well. So Torrey is clutching a Clive and Ama. So right now Torrey just probably wants to build his board.
Is he gonna play Agrius?
Okay, so he is paying 1 for Agrius, choosing to bounce
the Witch.
The Witch of the Fens. Torrey lets that go. Ditching 3 cards just to kill an Agrius doesn't seem great. Saying that Beatrix triggers, giving a 2k pump to the board. So now Corilla can swing in with no consequences. Leo not affected by that buff, but
he's just there with his puffy pants.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling. He's vibing. Can't really swing in, but nothing wrong threatening a damage on board as soon as
in a cheap
Phoenix
blocker.
go away. Yeah. So
Firion's
I see.
out.
So yeah, party attacking with the 2. So that would be a 10k board. So right now we can yeah, so pushing Torrey to 3 damage. Oop, and we got any experts there, so the counter finally goes up.
Yes, we got
with
our
Elena
4th
to get a
experts
draw.
of the day.
So here it seems like Zeph just choosing to kind of clear the board, not commit too much, and I believe I see an Ama in Jeff's hand as well. So they're both just clutching Amas.
Makes sense though. He's probably still waiting on that Realmer.
Obviously, 2 players clutching Amas isn't the same as 2 players clutching Mist Dragons, as they don't really interact with each other that much, but still definitely important for both of them. I'm sure both, like, Torrey is definitely might be trying to establish a second backup or trying to figure out how to make a board.
He has quite a few cards in hand,
too. I was like, if he has a Realm here, that'd be really solid for him to start making and then just start going crazy. And he could probably do Realm Clive with the amount of cards in his hand. Like Realm, second backup, Clive. So pitching Poo-Poo, the one of... Poo-Poo really solid cards, the last card in hand. Okay, Loperit, still getting a backup, so I don't think you can complain with that.
Couldn't see what he bottom decked.
Yeah, bottom deck's a mystery card, so... But Loperit great in Fire Water because you can obviously bottom deck the Ifrits that you don't want to see. Maybe some monsters that you feel are better in your deck to get off Realm than in your hand. Yeah, obviously you can bottom deck Atmos. And then, let's see. Looks like he's paying or pitching 2 cards. Could be paying 4-3, but he's got like a grip and a half because he bounced 1 and drew a card. So he might be at like 8 or 9 cards or something.
Blue Worm and Joseph for Clive.
Yeah, here, okay, Clive comes down.
Also,
shout out it being the signature, I believe.
Yeah. Is it the signature Clive?
If it's I think that's the only full art it has, right?
I think there's 2. I don't remember.
I'm not
Ballin'. Sure. Okay, getting rid of that Agrius.
So, yeah. Ifrit coming in to shoot the Agrius. Definitely the best choice. Because to get rid of the blocker, I think shooting the Beatrix has merit as well. I think you definitely don't shoot Corilla. Well,
I think you shoot
the assumptions you shoot Agrius and then you deal the damage and then you shoot Beatrix because Leo, Zeph can definitely replay because he plays multiple.
Got one more,
And then obviously Corilla, you do not want to remove Corilla. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Ama comes down to stop the first one. So now here, he can block. So now the Ifrit really can't swing here. It looks like we're going Goblin. I see. So Torrey's going to go Goblin to search and then also probably crack this Goblin to shoot the Agrius. So then the Ifrit can still swing and kill the Beatrix.
Makes a lot of
sense. So yeah, Goblin searches Goblin. We'll see if he chooses to crack it.
Looks like Jeff's down to 2 cards in hand, so there's no way for him to
and there we go. Yeah, kills the Agrius. Ifrit should come in. We'll see if Torrey chooses to activate Phoenix. I don't think he needs to. he doesn't really need to pressure damage immediately. And I think him having that as a blocker is a lot better.
Yeah, I think the block is way more valuable at this point.
Yeah, just going to shuffle the deck. Damage is his Ifrit his own. Yeah, shoots Beatrix. And then I assume Torrey could just pass here and not feel too bad. So yeah, so Torrey pitched his own Amma, or at least a Amma, to play that Goblin. So Torrey might be out of Ammas. So here I see Delita Ramza.
Does he have the CP for Ramza? I couldn't make out if there's no fire card.
I think he has 4 cards in hand, so he definitely, he has
at
least
he has fire.
4. Yeah. So he can at least play this Ramza out. Obviously, like, your best Ramza target's, like, probably Gawain, and Gawain doesn't feel great, because you're just setting up future, but if you're not really dealing with Torrey's board... he's got to deal with the Ifrit, otherwise Torrey's been doing a great job by just leaving Corella on the field, because Jeff just really isn't able to create super imposing boards.
He takes it.
So
it's a realm.
There's a realm. Obviously, Torrey would probably want to see that. Yeah, funny enough, the Lena on Jeff's side of the board, not really too relevant. I think it's only like Lena and like a couple spare EX bursts on Torrey's side.
I think War might be a little too slow for what at this point in the game. Got Kuja coming out.
Here comes Ice Kuja. We're gonna see how Jeff pays. Looks like he got rid of
Beatrix and Victoria.
Yeah. So.
And he's paying with the Lita and Ramza.
Okay.
All right, he's over Ramza right now, I guess. And you think that leaves him with 1 card in hand, 1 or 2? 2, it looks like.
It would be 2 because he's had 4 in hand, I believe. Yeah, he's clutching, I think, a Clive and another card. But I think it's Clive Ramza. But. So Torrey's draw. He's got a sizable grip. No fire backups, makes it a little awkward for him to develop these goblins, but I don't think he cares too much. He can use it to kill a Leo if he really feels the need to. Yeah.
He's probably used the Kuja to dull down the Ifrit.
Yeah, so. Well, I think the logic is just Ifrit will swing and then get the chunk, right?
No,
you just keep it, dull it down. You just dull Kuja and dull him.
Yeah.
It's great because it works against the Phoenix too. So it stops
That's
him from
true,
animating.
Yeah.
Okay, so he at least has some protection on damage-wise. And obviously has 4 damage on Torrey, so he's trying to figure out some ways to close this game out. Torrey's sitting on a grip, though, so we'll see how Torrey chooses to do it. I would assume Torrey announced that he's moving to combat, and then Jeff did that in response, as Jeff needs a window to react. So let's see if he's thinking in combat, if he's thinking in main 2. We'll see once Torrey makes this action. It looks like he's in main 2 right now.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is main 2, unless there's some
So,
crazy summon
we
coming
know
down.
the goblin's in his hand. I don't think we know anything else. I think he's paying 4 or 5.
Which defends his back,
Which came
drawing
back,
that card.
yeah, draws.
Can't tell what he drew, though.
Yeah. I see the goblin still.
Pitch in Larsa.
So
Paid
5.
for
Okay,
Realm.
so Realm finally comes down. So let's see what he chooses. Obviously, the second cast already happened, so we're going to see a Haste Goblin and...
Another 2 cost, maybe a Blue Worm?
Probably Blue Worm here.
That would be my guess.
Unless he feels like he really needs Atmos for more value. Yeah, Blue Worm just to get another card in his hand. Potentially a 3rd card in his hand if he really needs to crack the Haste Goblin immediately. He has lots of options for blocking and shenanigans with removal with Witch of the Fens. So here he can just be pretty comfortable. Obviously he's not at the other realm effect where he's not at 5 monsters yet.
But it's pretty easy threshold to get to.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. Obviously it's at the end of each of his turns. It's kind of a weird effect, but like bouncing Kuja doesn't feel bad at all if they would do that, or Leo.
It's got 5 cards in hand, it looks like.
Yeah, so let's see. I believe there was a Ramza and there was a card to pay for it. I don't know if it was a Lilith or a Clive. We'll see. I believe Jeff is just looking at Jeff's just viewing the break zone right now. Torrey's definitely got a pretty sizable board established. Best part about monsters is that they are forwards when you need them to be and not forwards when you don't need them to be. So it gets a lot of removal.
Definitely can be kind of tricky to work with.
And obviously, Jeff's been turned off of having Lastwell plus Gorilla. I think he has. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's holding Clive.
But I don't know if he enough fire CP to make Ifrit happen.
Yeah, because you need 2 fire cards, and I think he only has just the Clive and the Roms. Oh, no. Okay. I think I saw Clive, Ramza, and Steiner. So.
Oh.
So here, okay, so he's pitching his hand
going all in for Ramza. Is he still holding
Does Torrey have an Amma? He's looking, it looks like he's choosing to...
He might need a fire card to cast Amma, that's why he's going in.
Oh, he has the Amma in hand, he's looking for the fire card, and he does.
Oh, there we go.
He doesn't
the
have
red 13, it looks like.
Oh, no, he does have it, yeah, the red 13, okay. Nice, okay, so he was still holding an Amma. And was able to get the 3rd card in hand to resolve
the Ramza tap kill is not online, though, since there are only 2. Yep, and it's done.
And there we go, yeah, just choosing to...
shoot it down.
Sack it to finish it off with Witch of the Fens. And now here, Torrey's just sitting pretty. He's got 2 cards they could choose to bounce out if he goes wide.
And Jeff is empty-handed,
and I believe Torrey just drew his 3rd Amma. Yeah, I see the 3rd Amma. Yeah, 3rd Amma... Okay, gets rid of just dropping the Fury, and you don't want to start swinging.
Viridian's nasty at this board state.
Yeah. Depends on what you draw, but even here, like, you've got 2 great swings. You've got a Phoenix that you can sack if you really need to. It looks like, Kuja's just going to dole down Ifrit, but now Viridian gets this kind of free swing where, worst case scenario, you either block and see what he has in his hand, or you could get... like a Witch of the Fens triggered on you. So it takes Fissilus for the damage. It looks like Torrey's going to count his break zone. At this point, you definitely have enough to activate Phoenix and not feel bad. You can argue that, with Jeff having no cards in hand, you can safely swing Phoenix here. If he chooses to trade with Gorilla, it's still a turn. So choosing just to pass, doesn't need to rush anything, With 2 cards in hand, can't really play anything crazy. An interesting tech in this Knights deck, actually, is 2-drop Porum, being able to at least stun it proactively on his turn, wherever on the following turn, it can kind of immediately get shot down. So I would assume that Torrey can kind of wait to see if he draws like a cheap monster, maybe like another Goblin or something that just draws a card, and then just go, okay, sack this to pop. Or even something crazy like swing with Phoenix. If you can get the swing in, then you sack it afterwards. Because obviously it's going to take a couple turns for...
Gorilla coming in, hitting that Loperate.
So Gorilla coming in.
One Loperate.
And then passing, taking Loperate for damage.
Yeah, he took Loperate for damage.
Passing turn, and then we're going to put a counter on Porum. And then I believe I see a Mog 6 for the draw.
Yeah, he drew that off of the Viridian.
Counting bodies, it looks like he can also just drop a Titus as well, which doesn't seem bad at all.
Titus bouncing a limit break forward would be kind of lame. I mean, good for Torrey, unfortunate for Jeff.
At this point, it's like I don't think you want to put the Lena there, not to give him the card. Well, no, because 3 cards in hand, I don't think it matters too much. It looks like he's not going to do it just yet. So
tempting to dole Fear on it.
So it looks like no. I think he was using Kuja to dole Ifrit and then blanking Viridian. So just choosing to swing here with what he can.
Deleta for damage 3.
Yeah. So let's see what Torrey's going to choose here. Interesting scenario for Torrey. I was like, Torrey does play Titus, so Titus could be the play.
They're both in lethal.
It looks like, okay, so he's activating Phoenix. He's trying to just get some damage in. He could do something along the lines of swing with Phoenix, sack it afterwards.
Yeah.
Or just swing it and then sack the next turn. You don't got to commit. So yeah, here we go. Coming in with 9. He can still swing with, they're blanked, but he can still swing with Realm. So that he's just counting. I may be misreading it, but it looks like he's trying to count for
Titus?
For Titus, yeah. There we go, yeah. showing the kind of paying a little early, but yeah. So pitches the 3 cards plus tapping the other backup. So yeah, he's choosing to top deck the Lena after the combat so that he just draws the brick and doesn't trigger the X Burst. We'll see what he chooses to get rid of. I feel like the Kuja seems like I was like, he's choosing. I think he's choosing between the Porum and the Kuja.
Yeah, Kuja would freeze.
Yeah,
being targeted.
Maybe just from my perspective, I choose the Kuja as you can then start pressuring in again with Ifrit, and also you can use Witch of the Fens to remove Porum, but you can't do that on Kuja, or at least you have to remove 2 things for it. So that's probably what I would choose.
Yeah.
Also, Kuja's gone, whereas Porum's back in the deck. I don't think Jeff has any way to search it, but you never know. Yada yada. Maybe if Jeff shuffles his deck somehow.
Longer the game goes on, that's bad.
Yeah. So right now Torrey's pretty comfortable. He just drew 2 more cards. So yeah, all right. He's choosing the modes. Yeah. So it looks like he's choosing.
Or he's choosing Kuja.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Or
he's debating it.
Yeah, he's debating
he's in the midst of debating.
Yeah. So I think.
It
looks like he's really choosing. Yeah, he's really plotting on it. He's got 3 blockers.
Jeff's gonna try and keep Ifrit down. Maybe he'll play a Surges next turn or get Laswell back.
No, so he chose Kuja and he froze it from the Kuja trigger. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That Ifrit he's got to keep it frozen, otherwise he's
and it looks like he's about to drop a bomb. Yeah,
literally
drops the bomb to shoot.
Is that gonna be 5 monsters? Oh no, because one left because of Witch.
Yeah, not 5 yet. So bomb comes in. I assume shoots for a number that.
Not looking good.
A number that kills Porum, yeah.
Yeah.
So here, Jeff's looking real rough. Obviously, we know one of the draws is Lena, so either another 2-drop that's either water that he can't really play, or something from the limit break. Your only good limit break here is Beatrix, pass, and then here.
Or Surges to keep. Oh no, you don't want to play Surges.
Well,
next turn
he has to have the ice card, right?
Yeah.
We know that there's a water card, but we don't know.
We don't know what his other card is?
Yeah, so we know it's Lena and a mystery card. So yeah. Here we go, Beatrix. Yeah, so Beatrix dumping Clive and
another Lena.
Lena was because it was put on top from the Titus. So here, Jeff's gonna pass, and I would assume that Torrey is able to clear out this board, or at least in the course of 2 turns.
Probably.
Jeff's not really in a rush. Or sorry, Torrey's not really in a rush to win the game, right? He can just make it slow. He can remove stuff. Obviously, a random EX burst can make it where Jeff could play something, but it would need to be 2 EX.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Jeff is top decking, so you can't really play the bigger.
So here it's just going to go. So Viridian comes in just to get an additional card. Sitting on a cool grip. Oh, looks like he's going to do something immediate. Oh, boom. So he's going to...
S ability.
Yeah, he's going to Primal Flare or whatever.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
Draw the special off the Viridian.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So Jeff choosing to chump block with the Leo. So now here... they could do something along the lines of... so swinging with Witch of the Fens. Unfortunately, Jeff's got to either respect the block, take a damage. If he blocks, Torrey's just going to sack one of his monsters and then just swing out with the board. So I'm under the assumption that it's going to be game because he's got Phoenix. Yeah, so here he blocks. He will sack the bomb to minus it. Dies to the Witch of the Fens, and then he has Realm, Phoenix, Titus swing for game. So Laswell, Titus, EX Burst.
We got X Burst. We're at
up
4
the
boys.
counter up, but we're up to 5, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
But so then just activates the Phoenix. So really cool showing by Torrey on his Monster Mash again.
Super
really
explosive.
Didn't see any of them, the Warrior package, but looking at the list, it's a very small engine.
You just see Viridian. He's the Warrior. You gotta.
Yeah, Viridian's the Warrior. Yeah. We saw the Minwoo getting pitched as well, the FFBE. That's also probably just a searchable warrior. We saw Mog 6 get pitched, a small package maybe for certain matchups that you feel the tech to. And basically there's a couple one of monster techs or one of backups we didn't see, but everything else is pretty shown. Just standard monster stuff with the Clive package, showing being able to remove it. And even with Jeff being able to lock down, he was basically forced to lock down the Clive, the Ifrit the entire game with the Kuja, and even then, Torrey just put on so much pressure.
Yeah, it just left Jeff with no resources to really figure out a way out.
Yeah, just the really sealing the deal was just leaving Corilla on the board with having no Laswell. Just no ways to really neither accelerate his board or lock down Torrey's board. So Torrey was kind of able to just do his thing.
Yeah, but a fun match to watch. It looks like both decks still have some momentum.
Yeah,
in this
both
meta.
players definitely still got a fighting chance. Obviously, Torrey going into the next round 4-0 is feeling pretty good. Jeff still being X1 is nothing bad at all. So
yeah,
definitely
thanks
still
for
got
watching.
some chances.
It was a pretty exciting little match.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. We will be back soon with round 5. Okay.
You're on.
Oh,
And
we're on?
we
Wait,
are.
it's our face, not the deck.
Oh, you want that one?
Yeah, no. We
They're
want
about to
we want
start
the
the
game. They don't need
Alright.
ours.
Alright, they don't see
Okay,
it.
we are back for round 5.
We got our Queen Yuna ready to
of
go.
the Materia Cup.
Our Yuna shrine
Yes.
for the Yuna deck.
Okay, so for our matchup, we have KP that's on another Yuna strategy with Vikings. Has some slightly different cards than Morgan's. That was on also kind of a Viking package. He's got a Category 4 engine in here, so let's see if we'll see that come out. Cory is also on an interesting list, Water, Lightning, Scions. They're both undefeated going into this round. I know someone in the chat was asking about that. All the rounds that we've streamed so far, they have been undefeated going into them. For the next 2 rounds, we're probably going to get some people on the bubble.
Yeah, we want to
that's
see
going
the
to be more
bubble
interesting.
games, see who's
So yeah,
gonna
we're just going to
fight their way
shuffle up,
top
decide to play. So just looking at KP's list, obviously Yuna is the deck of the weekend so far, but
This is like mainly lightning heavy package. It looks like they're Scions, and then we got good old Irvine coming in. And yeah, we'll see how this one maneuvers.
Let's see if I don't think Cory has anything
Does
new.
he have Ixion though to help with the?
He does not.
No
so
Ixion in his lightning deck, so
yeah.
might.
Choosing not to respect the matchup yet. I think only I saw some ChArk players playing in their deck, but not every lightning deck had Ixion. Anything new? Does not look. We got the graph in the limit break deck for Cory, but other than that, same old.
It looks like he uses Melcene to steal his opponent's forward and then probably break it with graph.
Looking at KP's hand, I see the Porum and a Sarah. Maybe the no, he doesn't play that one. Oh yeah, so definitely those two. We'll see how how that goes.
I like that Cory's deck's name is Scions Could Be Good. It seems like Scions are treating him pretty good for today.
Yeah. Obviously,
good
with his
name.
current record, not feeling too bad. Seeing how they're just, I don't know if they're deciding hands or if they're keeping both of these.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting on the
I
match
can see.
to
Okay,
start.
so KP is showing off the part of the 4 package. That is the 5-drop Cecil, and he is trying to play the Wind Legend Cecil. So the play would be play the Earth Cecil, get out the Wind Cecil, maybe play Galoof, get some 2-drops, start going crazy. Also,
like
we
the round
can
is
see the. I believe there was the Tama in his hand.
There's
Yeah.
an announcement.
Yeah.
I think I saw Princess Sarah in there from the search.
No, yeah, he does. We have the Sarah backup for searching for sure. So Tama forward allows. Basically, can Lightning Rod if someone chooses one of his other cards. Presumably, if someone tries to single target removal Yuna. Obviously, still still pretty vulnerable to some blanket effects. I think the best way to do it would be have 2 backups out, and then play Ixion paying from hand. So then you have 2 backup iterations to cast it out. Yeah, drew the
down that backup Sarah.
3-drop backup. Yeah, looks like Sarah. Seeing how he's gonna play this, pitching Viking and the Tama.
Mhm.
Yes. Well,
yes. No. Maybe.
debating it.
Oh no, he switches up to Porum.
Porum. Okay.
Alright, going in.
Let's see what he grabs here.
Grabbing
Grabbing
a
Polka.
polka.
So just deciding to develop
like
backsteps. Looks like he's going to play it immediately. Choosing to pitch another Tama and the Cecil. Let's see what he grabs
That
here.
was Tommy was debating at first, but now he decided to let it go.
Okay,
Grabbing
so just
Cecil
filtering
off
to get
of
another
Cecil.
Cecil. So we'll see what his follow-up plan is. I would assume Cecil into a... he can play the Cecil for the alternate cost now, dealing himself a damage and playing an Earth and a Water, and then maybe immediately goes into it if he feels the need to. Maybe he wants to swing. Cory starting his turn off. I think I see a Reeve in the hand. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
The check top 3, pick a secret
Are we
card to
gonna
add
see
to
the
hand.
secret sauce? There's a Leviathan. I can't tell what the other things are
Yeah,
though.
Leviathan summon.
Looks like maybe a Melicine's that back one. A Yoshtola, I think, was grabbed.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it looks like the 3-drop Legend Y'shtola Lightning.
She's one of the main engines, it looks like, of this deck. Trying to get those board wipes in without killing her.
Setting up
Scion
the board,
friends.
getting removal plays.
Estinia's coming in. Hopefully he can grab another Scion just for that value play.
Yeah. No response from KP. With this kind of Unit tribal deck, or Unit 2-drop tribal, or Vikings, however you want to call it, they are very low on backups and don't really play any summons or monsters,
Looks like
I
he's
believe.
grabbing Graha maybe to play, and then grab Alisei to grab that Yoshtola out of the break zone is his game plan.
Gets back Grahatia, showing Rosa for damage
1.
as the other part of the 4 package. I don't think there's anything else that's
I think it's mainly Cecil, Rosa are the...
just Cecil and Rosa, but just having a nice filter option.
I'm not sure what category Vikings are off the top of my head.
But I think they're one of the earlier games for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cecil coming in for the alternate cost with KP, dealing himself damage. The 2-drop Viking that searches, gonna just immediately crack it for the Win Cecil. Win Cecil's effect will trigger to play a 4-drop character. Or 4 or less character from his hand, presumably, probably something like Galoof. And it looks like that is a White Mage. White Mage being able to play the standard unit, being able to play the Opus 4 draw Viking when it comes in and draws when it leaves. And an interesting card that KP's playing his deck that he just drew is the Vaughn 2-drop that when it comes in, if you have 3 or more Pirates or Vikings, it minuses something for 8k. So I believe he's showing... is that Ferris? No, I don't think he plays Ferris.
It's not an Earth card.
It's an Earth card?
The White Mage?
Okay, so he's dropping...
Vaughn.
Vaughn.
I'm pretty sure.
I guess he has enough.
Alright, I don't know if Cory is prepared because Estinian is down.
Oh, Vaughn needed more, but never mind. Yeah, I was about to say.
Estinian's still here, or did he replay it?
No, Vaughn needs 3. Oh. That's why.
Okay, so he's
he needs 3 Pirates / Vikings, to minus for 8k. So, just playing a body. Cory keeps his Estinian, so potentially could get some value. However, Win Cecil putting up his protection effect of forcing to pay 2, very similar to Yuna. As we can see, both players,
slight turn off for the Yoshtola though, which is to target something on entry.
Both Bo and KP are just using 2 different cards with the same kind of idea of stacking these tax effects.
Alisei coming in, targeting that Yoshtola. Gonna have to tap those backups though for that Yoshtola target. Let's see, who's his target?
I think so no
probably
cards
has to be Cecil. Yeah,
you're getting rid of Cecil just to be able to.
But then Cecil is replayable, but I don't know how many Earth Cecils is he running.
He is on 3 Earth, 2
So
wins.
we've seen 2 Earth.
Yeah, so you can potentially do it once more. Obviously, no units have come out at all. So clearing the board can potentially get in another point of damage if he chooses to give...
probably going to target that Graha, I'm assuming. Oh, there's Thancred in there, too. Thancred is not a bad choice with the board state.
So, Thancred. Yushtola also can probably taps Alisei to give herself haste and then can swing in. What was the plays? So, basically, Bo is using Vanille, and now KP's using... Cecil to stack kind of effects with Yuna. Obviously, KP has not seen a Yuna yet.
Damage 3 is Kate says.
Yeah. Burst right there.
Is it burst?
Yeah.
Oh, we got an X burst. We're at 6 X burst, you guys.
Choosing to grab the Miwa. We got an Earth card and a Viking there.
Yep. Oh, I see.
I think I see the Yuna in hand. So here's where it can start getting
the Yuna Miwa is gonna
a little crazy. So I think Cory has 2 cards in hand, 1 or 2. Or maybe just the 1. At least the Grahatia.
I think it's just Graha in his hand.
Yeah, it's just Graha. Okay, so just Grahatia in his hand. So potentially could probably a safe play. Could be to because we know he has the Miwa, maybe drop down a Yuna, freeze the Estinian to deny some card draw, because I believe besides Thancred, what else can Grahatia really play in this board state? Most of the names have been
I think most of the names have been taken. It is kind of like a small forward package, so not many options. And he's definitely got to figure out what to do with Yoshtola, because when Yuna comes down, Yoshtola is not going to get untapped. And her S ability.
Yeah, an interesting thing, I was like, if it gets locked down, it could get locked down, but I think Cory might be fishing for potentially an Estus special off of Y'shtola to just kind of wipe this, clear all these non-Scions out. Kind of gets around the all the board stuff. Obviously, KP would draw a card, but I think he's okay with that. So it looks like here, KP's setting up some activations. Freezing a Stydian just denies some card value from Cory.
Check to see what Scion targets there are in the break zone.
He could also choose to
there's an Orange.
dole the forwards. However, usually Lightning Water has a pretty high Experts count, so I don't know if that's like the safest thing to do. Could just walk in right into an EX burst and get nuked. So yeah, okay, so he is choosing to dole. Okay, I see. Yeah, so KP just choosing to dole the forwards and freeze the Y'shtola. KP recognizing that the Y'shtola special could completely nuke his board. He just wants to lock it down. And Astydian getting the draw is nowhere near as bad as getting his board nuked.
Does that Orange have a monster to really... just the Melusine. I guess stealing the Yuna is his best bet with and then playing that Graph LB.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the combo. We'll see how Cory chooses to follow up. Obviously, KP feeling pretty safe here because we know he has the Yuna in hand, and he does have the Viking to pitch for it. So if Cory overextends or swings without realizing it, he could do some punishing. The problem with that, though, is that KP doesn't really have any big forwards. So while he can get the value of if Cory chooses to go to combat, KP can then back attack in Miwa and dole down the attackers. So that doesn't feel terrible. I would assume KP's just going to wait and see what Cory does.
I don't know if Cory really has an answer against
it looks like Cory just dropped Tataru, or the one that draws when they have 4 Scions.
Tataru's been out.
Oh, it's been out.
Yeah, she came out turn 1 with Riva, I believe.
Okay.
But I don't think there's a...
Yeah, I think he's just thinking on developing plays. Or so we'll see. I believe, unless so he's probably already tapped Tataru to draw, and then had the play. So it looks like he's looking what's in his LB. Okay, Cloud coming in.
Out, probably targeting Yuna.
Presumably targeting Yuna, obviously.
Probably forcing him to play the Miwa now to see if they wants to cancel.
It's an interesting commitment now. So if KP chooses to Miwa, Cory is showing the one backup up to pay the 1 CP. Obviously, yeah, targeting the Yuna to get broken. So we'll see if the Miwa comes down. So if the Miwa comes down and KP chooses to activate his backups,
he can make him pay twice.
Yeah, but if Cory does have the resources, he has the backup and he does have 2 cards in hand. And so the problem with Yuna, or let me phrase it. The great part about Yuna is if you don't have the backups to pay for it, it's like it says you're paying 2.
Exactly, yeah.
So you get a lot of value really fast. So here we can make, basically, KP could commit the Miwa to make Cory pay 3 CP to clear this, which isn't like terrible.
I think it's worth it because Yuna is definitely an issue, but I don't know how easy it is for him to
potentially
find
also
way.
You could play the Miwa and then choose to lock down the Y'shtola again to give yourself some more turns and just dole forwards. Just say, hey, you have the resources to pay for this. I don't.
Do we know it's in course?
Need you to commit. Oh.
I think I saw Cryo. I don't know what the other one was.
I was like, I believe I saw the Y'shtola. So, obviously, information gets slipped. I don't know if KP saw that or if I saw it correctly. But here, I think probably the safest play is just to dole the 2 forwards that can attack and then freeze the Y'shtola again, because you know that Cory can pay for the resources. Because you have to make him pay twice. Because if you make him only pay once, he just rests the backup and nothing happens.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do here.
So we'll see how KP chooses. And I believe KP only has 1 card in hand, so yeah, he's choosing to freeze the Y'shtola, and then he's gonna,
Yep.
Okay.
That's definitely the way to go.
So yeah, just locking down the board to take no damage. Yuna dies, but he lives another day. Could potentially get some follow-up draw here. KP, let's see, what are his... So he does have a Noctis to be able to get back Yuna if necessary. If he only has 1 card in hand,
what did he pitch for the card? Was that
he can
lightning?
Exactly do that.
Well, you want lightning in the break zone anyway, so it works out. I don't think we've seen any Odins though move into that break zone yet.
Not yet, I believe.
So that means they're alive to take damage.
Yeah, I was like, his bursts are looking pretty good right now. I think we saw the Lev's, I think one of the Lev 6 has been shown. But yeah, so.
Yeah, but he's got Levs, Odins, Kuchulains, a lot of gas.
But yeah, so just Cory just choosing to pass. So here, we could potentially see dumping his hand for Noctis, grab back Yuna, play Yuna. It also depends what he draws. He could draw another Yuna. He could draw just more forward.
Does he have enough CP to do the... Oh, he doesn't have enough CP.
He has exactly enough, yes. And that would give him 3 activations. So he could be, like, super comfortable. So it looks like we're going to start with Galoof. So Galoof here, hoping he can hit a Yuna or just another Viking just to get some start.
Ooh, there's the Yuna.
Yeah, so Porum, Yuna, and some Vikings. I think it's a 3-drop and the 2-drop that plays one. Here, I think you just feel comfortable grabbing the Yuna just to start keeping things locked down. You know that Lightning Water can probably clear some stuff, but even then, I think you're fine with that. Yeah, so
yep, for sure.
Yuna comes down, and now we have 3 potential Yuna activations on KP side. It looks like we're already going to just start, or at least just getting some organized. So yeah, he's probably going to start freezing some backups. I would argue you freeze the Tataru or the So he's gonna read Kryle, see what it does.
Kryle, I believe, buffs all Scions.
Yeah, so Tataru also denies the card draw and also denies water CP for him, forcing him to draw. It looks like he's just gonna choose to lock down forwards, which I think makes sense. You don't need to like really stress. Your opponent's top deck isn't as important as your life. Okay, yeah. So he's choosing to lock down a forward. Stinian to deny the card draw. And Y'shtola to deny the special, and Tataru to deny water and also card draw. So here we'll see what Cory can play. Obviously his options are going to be pretty limited. His top decking, and he needs to draw double water cards to be able to get any water play off.
His hand? I don't think so.
No. Cory's just top decking, and KP has 1 card in hand. I don't know. I think it's like it might be a Viking.
I wasn't able to. I think maybe it was. I don't think I was able to catch it. What does Cory have here? I don't know if he's got to move.
Like, realistically, no, because...
Any other limit breaks he could really try out?
I mean, Cory has the new graph to, like,
he could technically Luna Freya. Well, you need to steal something before
well, assuming he has the water, right? Because that's why KP's locking down. If, for all we know, Cory just drew 2 lightning cards and is sitting on something.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud's is only lightning.
They're talking it out. He's showing that he has just the 1 card.
Looking through that break zone. Lightning is not live. I believe there's only 1 lightning in the break zone and no Odins to be seen yet.
Yeah.
Freezing that Y'shtola. And he just passes. Oh, no, without doing anything? Yikes.
Yeah, so just being forced to pass. KP using his 3rd activation to freeze down the Y'shtola. No plays from Cory here. Is feeling really rough. So here, potentially... We could see KP could rest 2 forwards and start swinging. Obviously, bursts are real, so it is not just he cannot just turn his entire board sideways and just call it a day. But he's in a pretty decent position. Maybe if he can find a way to try and remove some of these options, like that's. I feel like his game plan is just to keep doling. So it looks like he just dropped Warrior of Light from Zelby, removing a Leo.
Yeah,
makes sense. Just
Which Viking is that? Oh, man.
I don't know what just happened.
I see he plays the Viking and then the Warrior of Light. Okay.
Warrior Light. Okay.
Now he's...
I can't keep up with all these cards.
Yeah.
I was like, now the Warrior of Light has an effect, I believe, right?
Yeah, the Warrior of Light has an effect. I don't remember exactly. I think it protects standard units in Warrior of Lights.
Yeah. And so now he has 4 activations, so now he's just going to lock down backups and stuff. Here, I guess KP's game plan is just to keep building as wide as possible and maybe just OTK.
Yep.
Probably, so the experts don't even matter at that point.
Yeah, looks like he's just passing. No real need for him to commit. Here, he can just use one of his activations to dole Estinian and presumably Cloud or whatever Cory can play.
Cory's hand is a mystery.
So... Okay, so basically, his entire board now has protection, so he's forced to choose Warrior of Light first. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, he's like a
he had to play the
rod.
Viking first because he needed the condition to play the Warrior of Light. Okay. So yeah, it gives them all a lot of protection. Really well statted. So really hard for Cory to break this board. And obviously, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 3 more activations for KP. So I assume we're just going to see like the dole of 2 forwards, probably freeze. Because he's just going to force all the activations. It'll dole the forwards, freeze Y'shtola, freeze Tataru again.
He probably just freeze out Cory's board if Cory just passes again. But I feel like Cory's got to try something.
Like even at KP, well, because you keep on even on the activation, but maybe if you get 2 more forwards next turn, you can say, okay, I can put like 2 damage on the board maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I feel like you're able to take this extremely conservatively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Warrior Light's really good protection. It's hard to kill that
can't
unit
be chosen
now.
by... So it can still... Okay, so basically Odin Burst, Yeah, Odin Bursts are in play, so...
Yeah.
So Odin Burst could kill the Warrior of Light or anything on the board to get around the protection. That's kind of what Cory's looking at. So, and I assume that KP also recognizes that and is going to respect Cory's EX Burst and just kind of wait for a turn where he knows that he can just really end this game. Cory's sitting on 4 in hand. Hopefully he drew a water card. It looks like this looks like you're paying for Luna Freya. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, Luna
Okay,
Freya's
so
coming
unfortunately,
in.
yeah, so Drew and Odin there, so yeah, another
But
EX burst gone.
Odin and
but
Lightning.
yeah, so here, so yeah, he's got an Odin and a Lightning to play it out. He doesn't have the Lightning CP, getting rid of the graph of another card.
Yeah.
But here it looks like he's just going to try to fish for that Odin EX burst. Or at this point, I would assume that KP might start responding if he respects it. And it looks like he is. Just because if you... Okay.
What's going on?
Oh, I think there's a trigger with Alice that doles something when a water forward comes in.
Enters, yeah, but he has to target Warrior of Light.
Yeah, so he's forced to target Warrior of Light there. So here he's going to rest Warrior of Light and the Viking to dole the 2 big forwards that can attack. And now here KP could debate and say... Do I want to spend it now? Can I let my opponent flip over with Luna Freya? The problem here is if you... Well...
He could pay the tax
yeah,
twice.
It was like... Well, you cannot...
He has his 2 backups, so...
Yeah, he can pay the tax twice. No, I was saying he would... You just rest the other forwards and then freeze Y'shtola. So he's just letting it resolve here.
Lena, a Lightning...
Reven, Lena, Alice... Any Odin? No.
No Odin. Few experts, he could try and get the Odin off of Reeve, but it just doesn't feel as good.
The Odin's not. Yeah, it's not the same value. So choosing just to get Lena. So I don't think that's a bad play. Just getting the additional card draw. Hopefully you draw the water. So then if you have at least 2 water backups, so now KP has to choose between locking down Tataru, Lena, and Y'shtola, and then like Estinian in the 4th position. So at this point, kind of KP's kind of running into the struggles that ice decks run into, right, where you can only keep so much stuff frozen. So Cory's continuously kind of building this board. So KP here is probably just going to look to try to end this soon. Here he's doing pretty all right, because I would assume you just... I mean, you risk it for the biscuit here, right? Like you could potentially dole the forward, rest, like freeze the Y'shtola, and then just swing 8 times, right?
Does he have enough light? Oh, he does have enough lightnings.
So he's playing, yeah. So he's so he's pulling him out.
But Lightning still has to target Warrior of Light, right?
Yes, because it gives everything else protection from abilities. Yeah, as KP shows that you have to dole Warrior of Light. Still gets the card, but here now you at least have a blocker, so you're not totally dead, but like it doesn't feel great for Cory.
Still seems like better value to do that on KP's turn than his turn.
Yeah, KP still gets... I think you can only play the Lightning on...
Can you only play it on your turn?
Yeah, it's instant speed, but it's only on your turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he's saying that like you have to choose it. Here he's looking like he's...
Well, he got a dole off of Alice, but it's still a Warrior of Light dole, so it's just Warrior of Light, Warrior of Light.
Okay, so he swung... Okay, so he chose to swung in and then just KP blocks with Galoof. And now KP... Oh, getting the damage just coming in, but... KP gets to 2 activations here. I would just dole the forwards with one of them. Freeze down the Y'shtola, as the Y'shtola is the only thing that really threatens you. And at this point, KP might be deciding, like, hey, when to go for game. So, yeah, duels the forwards and freezes the Y'shtola, yeah.
Yep.
So here, KP does have game on board, obviously. So we've seen at least one 5-drop Odin, one Leviathan 6-drop. So at this point, if you assume, hey, can Cory hit 2 EX bursts that actually remove? There's just enough X bursts to draw.
If he hits Kuchelane, then he's able to target something else with Odin.
Yes.
But I don't know if he's going to get
No. Odin gets around Wool, because Wool only protects abilities. That's why.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
But so the summons get around everything. But, like, if it's Kuchelane, it just draws him a card that doesn't, like...
Yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah, there's no effects that protect... He just has attacks. He needs actual removal, so...
Maybe his next 4 damage will
so
be all Odin.
What I would assume KP was going to do here is just drop Mott, swing with all these dudes with Brave, and then if there's any shenanigans... Yeah, he's got Mott on the top of his limit break. I think that's probably the safest play here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need to, like, make a play that gives you, like, the 12th. Yep, here we go. Going into limit break, and there is Mott. So, yeah, Mott showing why it's one of, like, the all-stars.
How many forwards is that?
Yeah, so we're at 9 forwards right now. Pretty impressive. Yeah, 9 forwards, while simultaneously locking down 5 forwards from your opponent. So, I think this is a really impressive game state. So, yeah, now here he's just going to start poking. Pokes to the Yuna first, because you know that Yuna's going to get removed if he has the option to. Cory here going to look in his hand. Realistically, he may have the 5-drop EX Burst Odin that then...
Still freezing a Stidian on the stack.
Yeah.
And it's a not X burst. Unfortunate.
Oh, I see. Okay, so he's just going to, he's going to fire him off when he can.
Another non-X burst.
I was going to say, if once Cory hits 5 damage, he could be holding the 5-drop Odin that gets cheaper, but at that point it might be a little moot.
It's too late.
So it looks like we're getting... He's, just KP just choosing, figuring out what's the proper thing to swing with next.
Yeah, which order.
Yeah, understandable. Just kind of figuring out what cards would your opponent remove with the X burst if they can.
Coming in with the Viking, it looks like. Oh, and then dueling him on the stack, freezing that.
Okay.
Tataru. Lightning, again, not an X burst. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But at this point, I don't think X burst could get him out of this.
Yeah, he's got 5 attacks. Just basically after every second attack, he's just choosing to lock down something. Basically protecting him. He's just going to choose to lock down all the forwards so that he doesn't die on the crackback.
Mm-hmm. Definitely makes
sense.
So
now he's choosing he's not going to activate yet. No EX burst again. At this point, the next one has to be an EX burst, and I think it's still... Yeah, Kuchelane does not matter unless... up the X burst count, but...
we got 7 X burst count, but
up the X burst count, enough. But we'll see what the draw entails, but Cory might have something in his hand. But if Cory has something in his hand, he still needs to get rid of 2 things, I believe.
Well, he is at 6 damage?
Yeah, he's at 6. So yeah,
he's
this game.
Okay,
yep. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Super impressive showing by Yuna. So yeah, it looks like he had Materia and Yuna, and it's clogged up in his hand for KP. Yeah. So obviously the pitfalls of playing multiple light cards in your deck, obviously. But here it's totally worth it. Just showing that the one board, being able to slowly build and just keep his opponents locked down, because just by denying the Y'shtola special and just by only committing 2 cards, you can lock down 2 attacks every turn, is super solid. So KP 5-0 going into this round. Torrey Kelly was 4-0, was undefeated going to this round as well. So I'm gonna hopefully we'll find out how Torrey did, and if both of them are undefeated still, we are definitely in the looks like there may be some pass downs if they continue their streak of good play. So
I think 5-2s make it, so I think they're
with these tiebreakers, KP is definitely in top cut unless he has some like really atrocious tiebreakers, but I don't think so.
I don't think he does.
Yeah. So and then Torrey Kelly, I would if he wins, at the 5-0s right now, I would assume are getting in. So we have 2 more rounds. So for our next 2 rounds, we're probably going to be trying to get people that are X1 kind of on the bubble trying to get in. For decks that are doing well, I'm not sure. I think Powell is still 4-0, right? It was undefeated going into this round with Refia.
So.
Yeah, so it's like Refia. Viridian was X1 with Mono Water. So Mono Water, some Mono Elements, some Refia stuff, some Knights are still undefeated, and some Unidot decks are still undefeated as well. So we'll see you soon, guys, for round 6.
Who would have thought that Yuna would make Vikings relevant?
Exactly.
Our queen
You guys
Yuna,
did.
apparently.
Yeah.
It worked out.
Exactly.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Yep. Okay, and we are back, gamers.
Hello. We have Ryan Chen, aka Viridian, and Brian up here. Brian is on Category 4, as he is known, and looks like Ryan is going to be on a Mono Water Monsters build.
So interesting things. Interesting things out of the deck. So Brian's is while we saw KP using a Cat 4 Yuna deck, and this is a Category 4 deck, ironically with Yuna in it, this one is more focused on crystals. So using the Water Cecil along with the Opus 16 Cecil as well to just gain a bunch of crystals. We got a Glaciella Wazette as well as some other crystal payoffs and just a bunch of Cat 4 cards and just the standard good stuff. So looking like a 3-color list. And then over in Ryan's list, just standard.
Just classical mono water with realm.
Yeah, anything.
The only new card is Kraken once again. So we'll see if Kraken sees play and reduces the cost of monsters and summons.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know if there's a few summons, but
there's summons. No Dr. Sid. That's one I would have liked to try out.
I haven't seen any Dr. Sid today, surprisingly.
The reason I like Dr. Sid a lot is that it just helps filter faster Lena. So obviously, if you care about Lena as your only option, I think you're more inclined to play Dr. Sid. But because Ryan's on more of a monster strat, I think he believes it's not necessary. And I would probably agree. Not too many new cards on either side. Besides, obviously, Brian is rocking the Yuna.
Our Queen Yuna.
And also one card that Brian is playing in the Limit Break deck, and one I hopefully we get to see played. I think this might be played in this matchup. Is the new Emperor.
The Emperor. Okay.
With the Limit Break.
He's one of my faves.
If those don't know, it's if you either get cards back from your break zone, or you search your deck.
Your opponent, yeah.
Yeah, or when your opponent does, you draw a card. So, with the Mono Water being a slow deck, given the fist bump before the game to start us off, it looks like Brian is starting us off. I can see the 4-color wool in his hand. Looks like he's figuring out just an early play. Okay, we're getting a turn 1 Luna Freya.
Ooh,
so
opening you Luna.
There's a couple EX first,
like,
but I would assume that is not.
Like you wanted to do.
Yeah, probably not the ideal
Brian's
play.
turn 1. It looks like he's pitching a Theodore, the Wind Cecil, and an Earth card. So Tyro here's not a bad pickup at all.
Tyro's definitely the move there because that's the only X person. Oh wait, or did he pick something else? Oh no, he picked Cease.
Okay, so he's playing one of the Opus 2 Cecil.
No, he's grabbing Tyro and he's searching Cecil off of Tyro, the Earth.
So it's set
Cecil.
up. Yes. So at least he has a play. It can start dealing damage against Viridian to start some pressure, but obviously
unless
I don't think
Viridian bounces it.
He minds too much. Yeah, there's a lot of ways for removal. He has a couple summons to bounce. Does he play Tros?
Tros? I don't.
Yeah, he plays a one of, so he potentially could. Looks like Viridian's starting his turn off with a good old Waka. Is Viridian trying out the new Titus?
Playing with the Leviathan and a Rem.
Okay. So yeah, just the Kraken for the new stuff.
Ash. Let's see what he picks.
So assuming to be one of the backups, choosing the free backup. I think it's Fisherman in Water.
I don't remember, but it's the Vera boy.
Yeah, once he has 3 backups, he can play it for free. Looks like he's gonna just drop the Astrologician immediately.
Make the Astrologian sandwich.
Yeah, so grabbing a mystery card.
Was it Ram?
Yeah, so let's see if he can.
I think it was Realm, I'm not sure.
So yeah, presumably next turn, Viridian's just gonna drop down another backup and hopefully play the Fisherman for free.
He swings in
takes
and
in
it's
a damage, just a Gao. I think he can take that.
I think he can recover from the Gao loss.
We're getting
We got the Rosa and the Cecil coming out. I think he draws off of
Rosa
for Cecil being in.
Yeah, so he's able to play it
like it's a
for
Cecil
the
point of damage.
Yeah, Rosa allows the Cecil to be played off 1 card, and when both of them come, I believe the Theodore has an effect where they can dole an active. He can dole his parents and then come out himself.
The child is here.
Shout out games having the category and then they're not in the first game. I always remember playing Crystal Chronicles for the first time and then not seeing Yuri or Chalinka the entire game.
I'd be so confused.
I was like, dude, I was like hour 20. I was like, dude, now they're going to show up for sure. They just never did. So, yeah. So, Brian Just choosing no backups. Here we're going to get a Realm drop down, pitching a Culinarian and another card, so interesting. It probably just feels like you need to get some bodies out.
It seems like the Yuna decks is just forwards.
Yeah.
I think he's only running like 3 or 4 backups.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Brian's on more backups than most Yuna decks, but by most, it's still not that many. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I'm counting, it's like about 10 backups. So he's got some standard good stuff.
He's grabbing a Blue Worm and what's that back one?
Oh my gosh.
He took it and I can't read.
It's
not Tahagan.
It's Marlboro.
Oh yeah. No, it's not. It's the little.
Oh, it's Quadav.
Quadav, yeah. I'm like, it's the little warrior.
Because it's the one that's like they sack a 2 or less, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Pull up Quadav.
Yeah.
Let's see what.
So I believe the Rose is forced to die here. Oh no. So let me rephrase it. I believe he's activating it, and then he's responding to use the ability to get out the Wind Cecil. Maybe there's an interaction that saves it, because I believe the Quadav is your opponent's selects, so I think it still gets around the protection. I believe he's just
anything off Cecil?
No, he is. He's just drawing a card off Rosa first, and then so Rosa will still die. It gets around the protection, but just choosing to get a card out of that interaction. So still holding 4 bodies. Obviously, Wool's a lot more intimidating than Rosa here. So Viridian will pass the turnover. Brian will shoot Realm down with Wool, pushing it back to the second main, and then Viridian will still pass. I saw a Lena draw for Brian here, so potentially could drop some bodies. These players are both X1 currently going into this round, so we're getting some of the more bubble players are on the fringe of making top cut.
Yeah, I think only 152 will not make top cut, and the rest of the 52s I think will.
Is that for top 16 or top 32?
Top 16.
Okay. So yeah, pitching Lena for Lena, getting some damage in.
Looks like it was.
Yeah, might as well.
Little monster guy.
Putting Viridian to 4 damage already.
Yeah, it looks like 4 damage.
Yeah, I assume Theodore has some effect, so that's why he's keeping it active.
Experts counter is not going up though, guys.
I was about to say, yeah. I was like, it's been a lot of aggro and a lot of no-y experts too.
This is mono water, and then we have not hit experts. Oh, another non-experts, 5 damage.
Actually, no, it was an experts. Put it up. It was on go to 8.
Wait, what was?
The 4th damage was a Leviathan because he grabbed back the realm and he bounced Cecil.
Okay, so we're at 8?
Yes.
Okay.
We're at 8.
We're at 8 experts for the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of hard to see with the way the stream setup is, but yeah, no, because I was like, that would be the only effect. And from the line of text, it looks like Leviathan from here. Yes, the wind one.
Yeah, wind-hooded man.
I don't know what he grabbed back, but here Brian's looking pretty comfortable. Viridian's got to figure out how to clear the board. He can play Realm again, but even then, that's not like breaking the board. That's just giving some value for him.
It just seems like Brian's putting on a lot of pressure that mono water might not be able to handle.
Yeah, so the play here, no, because you're not hitting enough stuff on board for Titus and Limit Break. Potentially, you're just like, can you slam down 9-drop Leviathan Lord of the World? Actually, do they play that? Yeah, they do.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Yeah, so he's probably going to slam that, or try to slam that down, but obviously he doesn't have that many cards in hand, so...
I don't think he has enough in his break zone either. There's no Shinryu.
Cloud of Darkness?
I think he's just going for the...
No, he does not have any Cloud. He does not have any, like, board wipes.
Yeah, the Lena...
It's just Lena
or Lena
into
Leviathan combo, but I don't think he can get there quick enough.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think, he definitely does not have the... Well, I don't think he has the 13. Witch of the Fence here. Okay, so Witch of the Fence is going to help clear some board here.
And he's 1 monster away from being able to do the Rem bounce.
Yeah, so if he can get the Rem bounce, he can bounce Luna Freya. Okay, it looks like he's choosing to play Marlboro and sack it immediately. Wait, okay.
Yeah, to get rid of Warrior of Light.
And then in response, he shoots Realm, and then he'll sack it to kill Hooded Man. Plays a Blue Worm.
Blue Worms are out and about.
Okay, so Viridian's established a bit of some defense. Brian, let's see if he can break this board. Obviously, Blue Worms can deal with a lot of shenanigans as block damage, remove things. It looks like he's pitching a Zeramis and
for
something
Cloud,
else.
I'm guessing?
Yeah,
yep.
Cloud to pop the Which here, I think here you just you start shotgunning the ones that can attack.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so you just let those two go. Theodore, I presume, is an AK, so lives. Probably not worth it.
Yeah, because he'd have to sack all of his monsters and he has nothing left.
So, yeah, sitting on 2 in hand, 2 backups. Obviously, Ryan in a rough spot for water. You want to be getting to 5 backups as fast as possible.
Yeah, because if he hits Ash, it's pretty much worthless.
Brian, I'm not sure how many. Brian looks like he has like 2 to 3 cards in hands.
Yeah, at least.
So he's at least sitting on some grip. We'll see if he tries to put some more pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to drop a 3rd body down. So he's just gonna push it to 6. Ooh, damages the Lena, which is a little rough. But I don't think the Leviathan Lord of the World is out yet. Oh, nice. So drops the Rose. Ooh, even better. Okay, so I was like, what's better than 1 body, 2 bodies? Just establishing a lot of pressure for the following turn. So yeah, taking the damage, drawing the card for the alternate cost.
I'm not sure what the damage is, so I can't tell if it's X burst or not.
It is. It's not because he would have had some effect. But so right now Viridian really in a rough spot. How do you break this board? You just gotta like hit Lena.
Right.
They're just like figuring out how they're doing payment, showing that he tapped 1 for Rosa, which then allows the alternate cost to be paid for 1 card. So then he pitched the Claris, I believe, that's the
payment for that Cecil.
So he's sitting super comfortably, and I believe he can, because he got the Wool bounce to hand, so now he can play the Wind Cecil again and replay the Wool. So he is like, so Brian is in a very comfortable position. The 3rd realm play, but at this point, I don't think it.
Just putting some bodies
I don't know
for
if it's
defense.
worth it. Yeah.
At this point, you need you just need another like Witch of the Fence play. But even then,
but Brian can
as soon as you Witch of the Fence,
Cecil.
he can he can get the Cecil out immediately. So it looks like we're getting Sahagin Chief and Apkalu.
Yeah, Apkalu draws the card.
Yeah, and then get some counters, but I don't think that's. Well, the logic here would be you get 2 counters and then you play like Leo from your Limit Break deck and then get 3 counters. Or I don't think it sees when it comes in, unfortunately. Oh, Witch of the Fens, okay.
Yeah.
So we get the card here, we draw.
Not enough CP for that Leo though.
So Apkalu can potentially remove. So in response to Brian sacking his Cecil, Viridian activates a Witch of the Fence, sacking Apkalu to kill Rosa. Now the Wind Cecil comes in, presumably playing the 4-color Wool. And realistic realm, if he needs to. I mean, he can also just wait to do it on his turn. I assume, he just does it right now. No reason not to.
Yeah.
Viridian's got 1 card in hand, it looks like, or 2.
1.
Yeah, just 1. So regardless of what Brian does, he can't respond.
The one he drew off the Witch. I'm not sure what it is.
So he's shooting realm right now. I think he's trying to think if there's a response. But no.
Bounces.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Protects it with Sahagin Chief.
What's Theodore doing? Just taking a nap.
Yeah, choosing to protect his own stuff. So now, but the problem is, I mean, what was it? He's at 6 damage right now, not 5 for Viridian. Even regardless, okay. And here comes Yuna, and presumably, swings here as soon as. Well, here you block with Witch, and you just don't do any. Well, here is interesting. So at this point, he probably is gonna sack. I mean, even if you do, you just
Yep.
I was like, regardless of how you go in that combat
you could
scenario,
shoot the Yuna, but
there's just
not
enough
worth it.
bodies on board.
Yeah.
Yuna, well, coming in late, definitely sealed the deal there for
the
sure.
cherry on top.
Yeah, just showing that like mono water, we're just getting rushed down by just a Cat 4 aggro strategy. Both KP and Brian showing that the 5-drop Cecil, the 5-drop mono earth water Cecil into the Wind Cecil is still very viable and very impressive.
Aggro today.
Yeah. It's been a pretty aggro heavy day. So let me. I wish we still had the standings of the pairings, but Mike Powell and Jason Richardson, who has not been on stream, is X1 at least going in around 6 with Knights. Mike Powell is X1 going with Refia. I believe Cash is X1. But I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
because
on
Key
that.
lost to KP. I think
Yeah.
we don't know where KP stands. He could still be undefeated.
Yeah, so we'll see. Torrey was undefeated going into this round as well. Marcus Reinhardt, who is on a tricolor Yuna build using similar to what Bo was playing in round 1, using the chime that the 2-drop chime to help facilitate more bodies. Yeah, so instead of like the Vikings. So one more round of Swiss left, guys. We're gonna see what like the most interesting match is. From what Kat's saying, most X2 should make it, so we might pull up an X2 match to put on stream. And then after Swiss, as soon as we get Top Cut, we will let you guys know what the Top Cut bracket is looking like.
Yeah, we'll post the bracket for you guys to check out.
And also like let you know what people are playing, and we'll try to not on Materia Hunter, but the classic. Check the NA Facebook groups. We'll be posting pictures of the deck list so that you guys can prepare for the following day. And then we will try to get the list on Materia Hunter as soon as possible.
Yeah, so stay tuned for all that coming up. But yeah, thanks for sticking with us through today. Hopefully it's been as exciting for you guys as it's been for us. So yeah, we'll catch you at round 7, last round of the day.
See you guys then. Okay.
All right, welcome back, guys. We just got the final the standings right before the final round, just so we can see where everybody's at. We're gonna be having a bubble round.
Yeah, so we're gonna have some X2s playing. We're gonna have Hunter versus Jean. So for our standings, the 2 undefeateds right now are Torrey and KP. They'll be facing off to see who goes undefeated in Swiss. Followed up, we've got some people that we've seen on stream.
Got Jeff Kern,
Jeff,
we saw earlier.
Jeff, Cory, Brian. We've all saw on stream. They're all X1. Marcus, who's on a tricolor Yuna build, is X1, similar to Bo's. Sam Prime, he's on a mainly mono water with a bit of fire, I believe, list. He's got some cool shenanigans with I think it's mainly just actually water fire. With some shenanigans with Clive and a Rise and Viridian shenanigans. Pretty interesting list. But we'll probably see it tomorrow, so probably show that for you tomorrow. And then Ray on Knights to round off our X1s. And then a lot of X2s. We've got Jean and Hunter Nance on Knights and Magissa respectively. So Powell's on Refia, Morgan, who we saw on stream on Vikings, Cash and Ryan, who we saw on stream on ChArk and Mono Water respectively. Bailey and Robert, I don't think we had them on stream. Ray Chow being on Knights, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was on Knights.
Ronald, I'm not sure what Ronald's on. Bowie saw on stream with the Yuna 3 color deck. I know there's, not sure on everyone else in the X2s. I know that Jim Morrissey's on Type 0 Cadets at X2. Bradley on Mono Water Leo. I believe Devin Porcher's on Earth Water Chaos. So we're just getting the players sat down right now. So looking through the lists, Jean is on Knights with no Clive, unlike some previous players. One of Sid Randell. Everything else pretty standard. Not running the Lilith.
And then we got Hunter Nance on, it looks like his classic Magissa, I'm assuming.
He's trying out the new Ifrit. So
got the Clive Ifrit going.
Yeah.
Got some. We got some Warriors. I see Ward in here. A few other good things. Yeah.
All the standard stuff. New cards. I believe Knights doesn't really play anything new, so nothing new from Jean. And then Hunter's trying out the new Ifrit summon. So for those that don't know, potentially can shoot something for 9K and then shoot Magissa for 4K to start advancing Hunter's board state. So
just some natural
for those that aren't aware of what Magissa does, it can play out any 3-drop or fire 3-drop from deck as long as it's taken 4K or more damage for free. So they play a lot of cards that just self-damage to get that value. So
just one way to pop off and get those bodies out on the field.
Yeah, so an important card in this matchup for Hunter will definitely be Axstar to play it at a right time and just completely lock down Jean's board, because Knights does not play any 3-drops besides in their Limit Break deck.
They used to play Rain with the haste, but
but not anymore.
No longer.
Just a lot of 2-drops and 4s. So yeah, showing off Magissa as the main card of Hunter's deck with a lot of other just fire good stuff. The Warriors package that we've seen before. Clive Ifrit as a staple in any deck that plays fire. So looks like we're just going to decide a turn order.
Hunter rolled an 8.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going first, or he's choosing.
Yeah, just getting some shuffles in for the women in. So for day 2, it'll be a top 16 cut.
So hopefully this is an exciting bubble match.
Yeah, just looking at the standings real quick. I
think
it's like
all the 5-2s except for one unlucky, unfortunate soul will make it to day 2.
Don't quote us on that, but that's what it's looking like, and it's a lot of aggro. So either some deck with Yuna or Knights or both. I believe Ray is playing just Yuna in his Knights deck, and then some slower decks with the ChArk of different variants. I know there's an Earth Lightning ChArk as well as some Water Earth ChArks. What else? Mono Water, Refia, and then also Joe's like the interesting one. Jim is on Type 0 Cadets, so I wonder how that will do and see if they can get the finish X2.
Jim?
Yeah, Jim local.
X2?
Yeah, Jim's X2 on Cadets. Yes. Yes, we get some. Also, Bobby is on what was it X2 with he's on Water Fire. No, Water Fire.
Warriors.
Well, yeah, Water Fire Warriors. He's been playing that for a while. He just lost to
Sam Prime.
yeah, he just lost to Sam Prime in Swiss. They're doing some last minute announcements. They're just shuffling up, and then we'll be ready to go. So yeah, like I said before, just probably Hunter looking to get a crucial Axe Star turn, to just lock up the board and just start advancing. Probably lock in the Ifrit because Jean does not play 5 Ifrit, so you can get ahead in that matchup potentially with this. So yeah, we'll see how these matches finish out. And once this round's finished, as soon as we get our top cut standings, we will let you know what that bracket is and what people are on, and we will try to get those.
We'll throw that bracket up as soon as we can.
Yeah, and we'll get the deck list pictures as soon as possible as well.
What's the Knights game plan against Magissa?
I mean, I think the same as always, just kind of lock down things. The problem is obviously that even if stuff is frozen,
probably get the ROMs online.
And shoot down Magissa ASAP.
Yeah, get ROMs and start nuking things. Even then, you have to make a pretty impressive board state.
Yeah, because Garland's unfortunate in that matchup because Garland does the 5k ping and he has to do it twice to get Magissa, so that would get Magissa to go off.
Yeah, and then also
presumably you just do stuff that's not Magissa, right? Just to get around
Yuzuki
it.
is a problem.
Yeah, Yuzuki's also a problem as well for Jean potentially. So
I see Jean's list. I just want to see if there's any like sort of fancy outs, but I think ROMs is probably the main move there.
What was it? Sid Randell can potentially lock out some
LB
stuff.
Beatrix is also probably a move that you could potentially do.
But there's not too much.
He has such nice handwriting.
But the thing is, Magissa can get out an Axe Star at any moment, and that's terrible.
He does have Sid Randell, but I don't think that'll slow down.
So getting Axe Star at getting Axe Star at instant speed is pretty crazy. It looks like we're getting the handshake to start us off.
Just hope he breaks Magissa.
Yep. So Hunter starts. I believe both of them kept their hands. So we're gonna go pitching 1-drop Ifrit for just Palm Pass. Okay. So nothing crazy. We'll see how Jean starts his turn. Obviously, the great turn. One Knight's play is just backup search or like Gawain.
Guessing for a Lena backup or something. I don't know if you're.
Yep.
It's like I know Knights.
This lady knows her Knights. Yeah, Lena pass. Not. I mean, just developing it back is always fine, but against Fire is not. Lena is not too relevant. Fire and Wind definitely on the lowest counts of the experts. Dropping 6 for Iodolus. Targeting Axe Star. So it looks like he's just going to immediately drop Bosch and then get some search in. So just playing 2 bodies to search. I believe he damaged... Is that the new Cloud? Am I wrong?
It's a 9... Yeah, I think it's the new Cloud. It's a 9k body. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. It looks like Hunter's game plan is just to be more aggro than Knights, which is a very solid plan against Knights.
Yeah, so it is. So Hunter is on a 1 of the Cloud, and also ironically a 1 of Yuna. So Yuna never.
Yuna supreme.
Yeah, Yuna can never escape us.
The Yuna meta is here.
Yeah,
and she is.
I was about to say that will be the summoner-sized elephant in the room is how to deal with Yuna, especially day 2. Because the interesting thing now is because the event is not finished in one day, the players who do make Top Cut and are not playing Yuna will have a couple hours to marinate on how they want to go forward with their decks and how to deal with that matchup.
And even Yuna's playing against each other.
I was about to say, I was like, you either learn how to play the matchup or you learn how to play the mirror. One way or the other, you are learning that deck. So it looks like we're getting Magissa with the search. Pitched an Amaterasu and the new backup, I believe. Yeah,
backup.
One of the newer ones.
I think it's a monk.
Yeah,
monk backup.
Yeah, it's the monk.
I think that monk does a ping.
Yeah, it
Magissa.
does.
I think as long as it's not the last one.
Yeah, it's like if it's 4 or more or something, it does more damage.
The 5th one, it does, I think, 8k, but
Yeah.
I think otherwise it's in Magissa numbers.
Yeah. But obviously, Hunter usually does not go to 5 backups with Magissa, so.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Not, too... not too surprising. Yeah, so gets the bodies. Depending on how Hunter follows up, could potentially kill whatever Jean plays. Jean's just separating what's in his hand,
Looks
figuring
like
out how to
thinking
pay
out
for things.
what he's going to do.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, plenty of options. Obviously, having the backup up makes all of his plays optimal. Krill is always safe here. Just lock down Agstar.
Yeah. Does he have enough? He could technically Alma. We've seen only one so far.
So Beatrice to make
cheap.
Cheap plays. So now,
that nice fuller Beatrix flex.
Yeah, shout out to the Legacy collection, allowing for a lot of cards to be blinged out. I know I'm trying to bling out my ChArk deck, so for sure.
I'm trying to bling out my knights for sure.
Yeah. So we will see what he's following up with. Okay, so it looks like we're going to play Ramza. Yeah, gets back.
All right, Ramza for 5.
Choosing to get back Delita.
Interesting.
And I believe Delita just to get back...
Agrius, probably.
Yeah. Just to get bodies that get cards. It's not terrible. The problem is that Delita can just immediately die to an Agrius swing.
Yeah, and he already has another Ramza in the
I think the assumption is that Jean wants to get
Ramza online?
Ramza online as fast as possible. So we might just see him have a water card in hand just to drop for this Agrius. Yeah, so he gets back the Agrius in hand. And let's see if he chooses to play
Looks like he has a Clive in hand as well, but it's
Yeah.
hard to make out exactly what's going on in that hand.
Yeah. Shout out when Torrey fanned his hand to us. That was very convenient.
Thank you, Torrey. We appreciate it.
So right now, Jean is just kind of establishing the boards, looking at how he's going to kind of deal with Hunter's board.
Yeah, because if Axar starts swinging, he's going to start killing some knights.
If he ramps Hunter up too quick, Bosch can also start getting some damage 3 and damage 5 effects. But yeah, the main thing is I would assume he's got to try to pressure with a knight.
I think
to get Ramza's effect online, because as soon as Agstar starts attacking, it's rough.
He needs a Laswell for that.
It's still a rough position though,
Agstar.
because if he plays a knight and then removes the Agstar, Hunter now has the opportunity to just play Magissa and then search out Agstar again. Because he could just crack Iodolus to deal 7k to his own thing. Or does it might have to be... Idolus might have to be opponent controls.
I feel like the move is for Axar to be frozen.
So Agrius comes down. You probably just bounce... either one's kind of rough, because both of them have fire CP, so they're not bricks in his hand. I would argue that
they just also
you get
the
rid
ETB
of,
value. It's kind of rough.
Getting rid of Bosch.
Yeah.
It's like the logic is that you want to keep Agstar for as long as you can. So yeah, and then just passing. So here, we'll see. So the assumption is that so now Jean can hold up Ramza activation. If he wants to kill the Agstar, if he feels like he wants to kill Magissa, if Hunter drops it. So pulling up response, and also I believe that Jean has 1 card left in hand. I believe that was the Clive, like you were saying.
Okay, Claude's coming out for that 3 cost.
Zach comes in just to... Really strong play here. Just be able to remove the Agrius or just force the Ram's activation now.
Definitely.
It's like, assuming Jean will kill the Agstar. Seeing that I'm trying to figure out what card. I think he flipped up Little Lead, or he's trying to debate what card to flip up.
Looks like he flipped up, was it Ardent? No, was it Vincent? I can't tell what that
it doesn't really matter too much.
Can't tell what that damage is either, unfortunately.
Oh no, it was so it's Ramza activation kills the Agstar, damaging a Furion, I believe.
Gotta force that.
So I think that I'm pretty sure that's the 5k. Okay, we got 4. So Magissa cracking Iodolus to deal 7k, activating Magissa. So here it could be depending on because he still has Bosch in his hand, so it could be Agstar into Bosch, into lockdown the board. Yep.
Oh, look at all those 3 costs.
Shuffling gross. Because he still has to deal himself a damage, but yeah. Now gets to lock the board while keeping 2 damage up. Presumably, you leave the Ramza up for a turn so that Jean can get the value off it. I would just probably remove the Beatrix here, right? So yeah, freezes it. Gonna resolve Bosch first, damaging a Yuzuki.
How many Yuzukis is he running?
Assume 2. Yeah, 2.
Yeah, 2 Yuzukis.
So yeah, 2 Yuzuki's pretty standard. Really solid. So yeah, just searching through. Let's see what Hunter chooses to grab here on the next card. I would assume some sort of Magissa activation, like Hedgehog Pie. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So Hedgehog. Yeah. So searches Hedgehog Pie. Now resolves Axstar's damage effect to kill the Beatrix. Passing it over to Jean with the frozen board. I believe 3 cards in hand. So the best play here is definitely like a Corella top deck.
Corella would have a lot of protection because all that pinging would kind of nullify it towards the Knights.
Well, you make it so you have to hit...
Corella, yeah.
Yeah, you have to hit Corella first.
But if Charlotte's on the field, you gotta hit Charlotte, so...
I mean, if it's like Corella Charlotte last well, then
but I don't
it's crazy.
think... Yeah, he wasn't able to do that early game, so he's kind of...
I mean, if you got the out, you got the out. So here's Corella.
Oof,
nothing.
No Knights yet. Oh,
this
no.
Is rough. Oh, no.
Okay, a Garland, but I don't think that's enough.
A card is a card, but this is definitely not what Jean wanted to see.
Definitely not.
So here, if he hasn't, I don't think he would have another Corella in the break zone to grab back.
No, I think he has to target probably the Agrius or something. It's just
I was like, I don't think he has too many great targets.
And then you can't even like LB the Beatrix, he only has 1 card.
Yeah, and then you're presumably just getting your board cleared, because Hedgehog Pie plus whatever Hunter chooses to do. So yeah. So you don't have to kill Corella first. You can just kill the other stuff. I would kill like Garland and because you can't freeze everything now. Killing Corella is not bad. Sean's also has no cards in hand, so he would have to hit a burst, either a Kuchlane or a Garland, and then also draw the a Corella. So here I think Hunter could just go for like a board clear, leave up leave Ramza around. I would assume so. Also, just see how he's gonna clear the board.
Hunter has 3 cards in hand right now. It looks like.
Yeah, well, we know one's Hedgehog Pie.
It looks like one was Ifrit.
Yeah, I believe I saw the same as you. Yeah.
Summon.
Yeah. So because he meets the conditions for getting both triggers or both casts, he can do something along the lines of like kill, delete, because delete is only a 5k, right? Yeah. So I think he might do it where he shoots. Yeah, he shoots Magissa and Delita. So clears out Delita, then we're gonna get a Magissa activation. Or not yet, it looks like. Oh, actually.
Yep,
so he's going to swing, and now he's probably going to activate it and search for Viridian, I would assume. Yeah. So he's activating Magissa, or at least motioning towards his deck like he's about to search with Magissa. So yeah, Magissa effect goes online. I would presume here he could either get Ward or... Oh, okay, Y'shtola. The best of both, so yeah, kind of a mix of Viridian and
he's just
Ward.
Doing himself damage.
Dealing damage. I was about to say, I was like, he's put himself
like 3 points of damage is.
Well, he's put himself to 4. Yeah, he's put himself to 4 damage, and I think most of them, 3 of them have been self damage. One of them's been the Ramza effect. Yeah. So yeah, here he's choosing to
ping the Ramza. It looked like with the Y'shtola damage ability. Or is he trained in Garland?
I was like, I assumed Axstar killed Corella.
Yeah, but Y'shtola coming in, he took the point of damage. 4K's going. I think he chose.
Okay, no, so he's doing this during the damage trigger, and whenever a player gets dealt damage. So there's going to be a couple Y'shtola active triggers on the 4K. So I believe he's trying to stack 3 instances of 4K together. Jean chooses to trade here, and now because he chose to trade. The damage isn't okay. Yeah.
And then Bosch comes in for
finish off So with 3 instances of damage by Hunter taking 1 and dealing John 2.
We got an X burst though.
Yeah, we do get an X burst. So now Corella could come back. He gets back Corella. So now, Y'shtola should kill. Rams is dead now because there's been 3 damage instances.
The board has been cleared.
And another EX burst to put it to double digits end before we end the day.
10. Let's go.
So Jean here getting some cards in hand to potentially recover the board state. Looks like he's just gonna blank Bosch, but Bosch already swung, so targeting doesn't really matter.
I would probably blank Yoshtola, but
I would blank it, but
just in
it's
case
not.
you take a point damage.
I was like, okay, and then we're gonna. Hunter's gonna end his turn by dumping his last cards in hand to play the Hedgehog Pie, not using the effect to get other ones. He doesn't need them. Just the one activation's probably plenty. Jean's gonna start at least with a decent amount of hand, so he's gonna have a full grip with 5 in hand, with just the all the EX bursts.
He definitely has potential to rebuild. Does Hunter have any cards in hand currently?
No, he dumped his hand to play the Hedgehog Pie. So Hunter does have 1 point of interaction on Jean's turn, but Jean kind of has a lot of options. He did get Corilla back, and then I don't know what the rest of the cards were. So presumably he could go like Ramza Corilla, seems kind of expensive. Corilla just gets some last will triggers, seems all right. Because they're both at or no, Jean's at 3, yeah, 4-3. So, so try to at least stop some of this damage pressure that's coming in, because while Jean's gotten pretty lucky with the X-Burst, Knights does not run that many. I believe those 2 cards are the only X-Bursts in the deck.
Definitely threatening lethal.
Oh wait, they also have Valena, so I think he has like 90 X-Bursts, but still, not too many.
Just a little lucky today.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, crawling.
I was running it last season. It worked for me.
Right.
I see I get the logic. And you want another backup, and it's a water.
Oh, my boy.
Okay, so here we go. So
Laswell.
Laswell coming down, and it's presumably followed by Corilla. So he's targeting Bosch here. I think the real issue, though, now... Okay, so Hunter, in response, could crack Hedgehog Pie. Well, realistically, Hunter's going to wait for once the Corilla comes down. But once the Corilla comes down... Hunter can crack Hedgehog Pie to shoot Magissa, and then Magissa out like a ward.
Or ward, yeah.
Yeah, ward or Axstar, basically. Probably Axstar, because Axstar removes the Laswell and then also dull freezes the Corilla, and then he can just swing for game.
Yeah.
It would also lock down his Magissa, but I don't think that matters. It depends where... Because the problem is he's targeting the Bosch, so the Bosch is going to get locked down, so I don't think that Hunter, with the way that this... He can also just choose to grab Ward and then have 4 attacks and then find a way to get out of... get rid of Corilla. Yeah, so he's doing it immediately now. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Pings it and then once goes back on the stack,
There's no
then
reason
he's
to
going to
wait
activate
for
it.
Gorilla come down because Laswell will trigger.
Yeah. So denied the second Laswell trigger at least. So he's probably going to get... gets Ward just to shoot it.
Yep.
So no more Laswell triggers.
Bye, Laswell. It's nice while lasted.
Yeah, so even if Jean makes a good Corilla board, it's probably... Hunter's feeling pretty comfortable. As well as assuming that any damage draw that Hunter can top deck can play into an Axstar. So I feel like there's a lot of ways for Hunter to kind of close out this game. We're going to see... I would just presume that, this is looking very... just dumping the last of his hand for Corilla. So let's see how it goes.
Not a knight. Not a knight.
These flips have been really bad.
Oh,
Okay, Charlotte's not bad.
But another 2 cost would be nice. Ooh.
Ooh. Okay, so realistically...
Probably the Gawain to rebuild your hand, but even that's not enough.
I was like, no.
I guess maybe the Charlotte, because then you can't target Magissa to cheat out stuff. But even still, she's pretty easy to kill.
Yeah, even then I don't think that's...
he goes for the Gawain.
Yeah, just to get some cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you could get some cards
It's
to
a little rough.
LB
It feels bad to get the Charlotte. I think he's thinking about it, but he's resolving the search. Just feels rough. Like, I think, do you play a limit break from here?
You can't get last with Gawain.
Yeah, it seems a little... in a rough spot for Jean. Grabbing Ramza, and let's see what the second card is.
I think he might be out of Corellas, but I'm not sure.
No, because he got one back with Garland.
Is he gonna pitch them to play Beatrix?
Let's see.
As a last,
I feel like the problem is if you let this then you're just saying to get the damage effect, and then you can just Axstar me, and then you win as well.
True.
So.
Still have the Axstar.
Well, you don't win though. You don't win because Jean's at 3, and you would have to dull freeze Magissa. Unless there's you swing with Magissa before they block, but even then, I feel like Jean would block. Yeah, so let's see what Hunter does here. Obviously, there's a lot of there's still also Y'shtola effect as well to help clear board. So Hunter eyeing some plays in the limit break, looking at Vincent here. So
yeah, and
showing that he can
Y'shtola's unblockable currently because of the bigger bodies on the Knight's field.
Is that how that works?
She can't be blocked by a 3 or more.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she's coming in. And
I thought it was the effect when it was unblockable when it
Oh,
enters
no, only when it enters. Yeah, you're right. So
I was like, it does have the effect when it deals damage to ping, but...
Yeah.
So right now, Hunter's eyeing the Vincent in the limit break. Presumably the top deck was nothing too impressive. Kind of just eyeing some options. Vincent here would pop Gawain. It looks like that. So yeah, Vincent.
Yep.
Getting rid of Surgus and something
Bring
else.
that back up. Boom.
Yeah, so getting rid of Corilla. And then here, now you just start swinging.
Yeah, you just swing face, for sure.
You got to chump. I mean, you're forced to chump here, obviously.
Yeah,
you have to chump one of them. If you make the misplay of letting the damage go through twice, then you stole a trigger, you die. Oh, wait, actually, I believe... I don't know if Y'shtola is only opponents, but if Y'shtola can deal it to Magissa, that's kind of insane. I don't think so.
Can you bring up Y'shtola?
Which one?
The multi-Y'shtola. So yeah, swinging in the Magissa. Not a burst, yeah.
What were you asking about Y'shtola?
Just pull it up. If it it deals damage to your own forwards? Probably not, right?
To his own, anyone
opponent's controls. So it cannot be Magissa.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, it's not that crazy.
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
No, not your own. That's too crazy.
Okay, yeah, so Jean forced to chump here to stay alive. Gonna be pushed up to 6 damage.
Looks like there's a Charlatan damage.
Yeah, no burst. Two have the same card there. I'm trying to. I can't tell what that is, but.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, not a burst for sure. Might be like a 6, yeah, 4 to 6.
Still alive.
So yeah, Jean figuring out how to clear this board.
If only he could Shinto.
Can't really get. Oh yeah, here comes the Ramza into Corilla. So can get some plays, but unfortunately,
I don't think that's enough.
Can't there's no really way to clear the board. Obviously, Knights can't churn out 3 damage haste out of nowhere. Hopefully, some last will plus a 2-drop. He's gotten such bad flips on these. Hopefully, Beatrice last one maybe or Delita last well.
I would just turn them sideways just to get the points
Solace. Okay.
Okay.
So
not dead
it's. It
it's
feels,
alright.
I was like, he's definitely still in a rough spot. So obviously it's going to be Lastwell. Delita gets him a card, so I wouldn't be surprised if he chooses Delita.
Yeah.
Just because you're presuming that you're trying to live. I think the problem is you're just living, there's so many 2-drop effects that Hunter can top. Well, I think Palom cares about characters, so or Palom cares about having Porum, right? So I think Palom works all the time or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on every single. I know Mont Blanc cares about character count, so Mont Blanc but he doesn't play Mont Blanc anymore, I believe. Oh no, he still plays as a 1-of.
Yeah, as a 1-of.
Okay, but yeah, so choosing Lastwell and Delita, choosing to dull freeze Y'shtola Bosch for the Brave and the damage shenanigans. Checks out. I might have hit the Vincent because it has first strike.
That's what I was thinking too. The first strike I feel like is a bigger threat. Because Bosch, he's already done his thing. He's just chilling now, being a 3-cost.
Well, no, I would have hit Bosch in the lightning because Bosch is brave, so Hunter can swing with Bosch pretty freely.
Yeah.
But Y'shtola's effects happen when players get dealt damage, so it doesn't have to be from Y'shtola.
Yeah.
So it's not like she's the target.
Agrius, what is he gonna bounce? Probably the Zach.
No, he's just getting back the Agrius. He only has one card. It's just the 1 card in hand. Okay, so he's just passing here. See how Hunter can break the board.
Our girl, she's back.
Okay, well, it's to really sum up the day today.
He should have just tapped
that. So forcing to dole 2. This is pretty simple. You just dole. He's got 5 attackers or 5 bodies. He can just use 2 activations of Yuna to just dole the forwards.
Just get that last point of damage.
Get the point of damage for Pride, but
yeah,
it's looking like game over for Jean, unfortunately. Just looking at what's on board. Yep, there's the handshake. Hunter takes it down with a nice...
of course, Yuna to finish off the day.
Yuna to finish off the tournament. So showing really that
she's
not only is it a build-around card, it's also a great splash card in a lot of these aggro decks. We'll see how Ray did in his Swiss last round, but he's also a player that's splashing Yuna into their own aggro deck. So we'll be back pretty shortly with the standings as soon as possible, and we'll let you know what the bracket's looking like.
Stay tuned. We'll have that up for you. And then check out the Facebook Slayer tonight to see the list for top 16.
Right,
so
tomorrow.
Oh, no, we'll be back in a second.
We'll be back,
once we get 16 up.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just letting you know the bracket.
All right,
bye.
no, you're good.
No, we're good.
Okay. Hey guys, we are back. It's Team Schmeheart here to announce top 16.
Yeah, so as you can see right now, we have the bracket. It's not seeded, but I do have the standings, and we're just going to run it down real quick. So, in first place, we've got KP on Yuna with Vikings and Cecil package.
The name of his deck is Faith of Eureka.
We've got Torrey Kelly in second with his Firewater Monsters strategy.
The notorious GOB.
We've got Brian Ceballos on his Cat 4 deck with Yuna.
Golbez was too scared. Scared of what? Probably Yuna.
We've got Marcus Reinhardt on Tricolor Yuna.
Borrowing Riku's
Dress Sphere.
Okay, there we go.
Ray Grangs on Knights with Yuna.
And Gorilla's Kit Kat.
We've got Cory G
on Scions could be good. I guess they were good enough.
Yeah,
for
Water Lightning Scions. We've got Jeff Curran on Knights.
They massacred my boy.
Referring to the Chaos hits. Sam Prime in 8th on a Water Fire strategy. So Water Fire monsters similar Mono Fire Warriors with monsters. Kind of similar to Torrey
the Donahue
Kelly.
Effect. I think he names every single deck that.
Yeah. Mike Powell in 9th.
Walden State Warriors. We love that. Represent the Golden State.
On Refia. We've got Ryan Chen of Viridian in 10th.
Ballad of the Witch's Road with his monster deck we saw earlier on stream.
Yeah, Mono Water. Then we've got Hunter Nance in 11th on Magissa.
Scorching Scary, I think is
There's
what it's
something scary.
Scorching?
I think it says something.
Scorching? I think it's Scorching Scary.
I think it says something scary.
Something scary?
We can add. We'll ask it.
Scary.
Something scary. And then we got Morgan, or as we butchered his name earlier, Nathan.
We
Not
love
Nathan, but it's
Uncle
Morgan.
Richard. Yeah.
Yeah, on his
Morgan,
Vikings
a.k.a.
Yuna deck.
Nathan.
Yeah. We've got Bocock on another kind of tricolor Yuna list similar
He
to
did
Marcus.
not name his deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a tricolor Yuna list.
Yeah, Yuna the Menace.
Yeah, we can ask him for his deck list later. And then we've got Bradley.
On Water Leo is the name of his
Leo.
deck. Keeping it simple.
Then we've got Bailey Davis on Knights.
Yep, on Help, I'm Being Repressed.
Yep. And last but not least, we've got Will Coghill on Firewater Warriors.
In memory of Matthew Rice.
Yes.
Alrighty, and that is going to be the bracket. Up here is who's going to be facing who tomorrow.
Yeah, so
and then
if you want to look at the lists, Jared has already posted them onto the NA group.
Big shout out to Judge Jared for being the head judge and posting the deck list on Facebook already. So go ahead and check those out and stay tuned for tomorrow.
Yeah, so as you can see, you can take a look at the bracket, see what you guys would want to play. Also, just let your 2 cents in. We'll probably read the chat after this, so let us know what top cut match you want to see first. Obviously, there's 8 options, so just running through them. We've got
KP versus Will
Coghill.
So
Firewater Warriors versus a Yuna Tribal. We've got Sam Prime versus Mike Powell. So we've got Firewater Monsters versus Refia. We've got Marcus. Okay, the one I'm biased. We've got the tricolor Yuna Mirror, which is very interesting. Near carbon copy deck list. I believe they're like 45 cards similar at least. We've got Knights versus Vikings with Yuna. Firewater Monsters versus Knights. Then we've got Knights versus Mono Water. Cat 4 versus Mono Water Leo. And then we've got Water Lightning Scions versus Magissa.
Yep.
So I'm pretty biased. I like seeing a Unimir would be funny, but I'm sure people have different thoughts.
That'll be a quick game, so just let us know.
I don't know. I don't know how quick they would be. I think they might be longer. It still is best of 3.
It's like the Spider-Man meme when they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, exactly. So tomorrow we'll be having 4 rounds of Top Cut essentially through top 16 until we have our determined winner. It'll be 70 minutes, best of 3, untimed finals. So lots of options of what we're playing again to see what we can get. So the consensus of after day 1, if you didn't think Yuna was good, this event surely proved otherwise. I checked TCG Player, I think in like round 4 or 5, and it was already pretty bought out. So if you pulled some full arts, if you had them earlier already,
I'll read some
you're sitting pretty.
vote for Torrey K versus Mike P on
I
stream?
think that's a good matchup. That'll be pretty
But
exciting.
Torrey K, well, you mean Sam Prime versus Mike Powell? Because they're playing together. Torrey Kelly's playing against Bailey.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so they're not
Sam
paired
Prime.
together, yeah.
And then the other one's
Prime and
Tricolor-
Powell doesn't seem bad.
Tricolor Yuna. Someone's curious to see that one.
Tricolor Yuna?
So,
Alright.
so that would be the mirror. So
Yeah,
I
with the
think
mirror
that could
going.
be interesting.
That could also be a round 2 match as well.
KP versus Coghill isn't bad. Fire Water versus Yuna. The logic here is that I don't want to say that I think at least one of the Yunas would at least win one of their matches, and then we could probably see him in the following rounds.
That's what I'm thinking.
I do think Mike P versus Sam Prime is pretty interesting.
I
want
do
to see
think
how
Sam versus Mike would be very interesting.
We haven't seen too much Refia. Mike being the only Refia in Top Cut, and then Sam P kind of representing something similar to Torrey's Monster List. I did see some different cards. I think like the main difference between Sam Primes, I think he had a more emphasis on, I think he was playing some copies of the Light Yuna to get some additional Arise triggers. Because he was also using Clive as an attacker, so he could use shenanigans to like activate some effects, get Arises off, and then draw cards.
And also Mike is one of the best, Refia pilots, so it'd be super interesting to watch that.
One of the best, if not the best, at least
Yeah.
definitely in America. So it would be pretty interesting. Just looking at all the other ones. Yeah, I think it would probably be that. Mono Water Leo versus Cat 4 could be interesting, but I feel like it would be kind of aggro.
Yeah, but just, check out the list, see what you guys are thinking. You can even leave comments on the pictures of the list to let us know.
Yeah, let us know what you want more. Maybe the Sam Prime versus Mike Powell, or the Mir with the...
Bo and Marcus.
Oh, Jesus.
Bless you.
Sorry. Yeah, so we got one of those two is probably the ones we're looking at choosing. But yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow. What time are we trying to start?
I think it's
like
starting around 10 or 10:30, 11ish.
Yeah,
I don't know,
so-
maybe a little later than that. Stay tuned. We'll keep you updated.
I would say we're going to be here at 11, but always with streams, we're going to start a little delayed, which is how logistics work. So around 11 to noon Pacific Standard Time, and we'll definitely be getting some best of 3 games. And after, we'll also be trying to get some interviews for the top 4 players at least.
Yes.
Trying to see what they're thinking of their deck choice. Definitely want to pick some of the brains of the Yuna players for sure.
Definitely.
So yeah.
And shout out to Sheep for being the bubble.
Okay, for Sheep, yeah. Honorable mention to Sheep, the only X2 who did not make Top Cut, unfortunately. He was on Refia. They said there could only be one.
Yep.
So,
and it had to be Mike.
Yeah. It was just it was the scene in The Lion King. Long live the king, and then Sheep just fell into the stampede with the gazelles. But yeah, so we are Team Schmiedhart, and we are going to be signing off for day 1 of Swiss. We will see you tomorrow. And wishing you all a good night.
Yes, good